Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I'm your host Mikey, a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch, and today is the conclusion of our first playthrough of Dry Drowning. Finale, maybe? I think we have 1.5 chapters left to go. But Dry Drowning is a visual novel set in a bleak dystopian future, and we play as Mordred Foley, investigating a series of serial killings inspired by Greek mythology. We're going to stop Pandora once and for all and save this city. Maybe. If it deserves saving. I don't think it does, but hey. So there's something big going on. Conspiracy. As expected. Oh, here you are. Right on time, as always. This city is collapsing, and you keep smiling like nothing's happened. I'm starting to believe that you're the real monster here, David. What can I say? I'm a simple man who likes to stay positive. I wasn't expecting to see you so soon, at least not after what happened to Hephaestus. Actually, I believe all of that worked to our advantage. Now the important thing is to keep the public opinion away from the real danger. For once, I completely agree with you. Anyway, the plan seems to be working as expected, and I highly doubt that anyone would suspect you. Especially after the chaos caused by that bomb. It was a clever move, I must say. It feels weird to hear you praising something like that. I thought at least you would be worried for those who died in there. I like to think of them as martyrs for the cause. Tell me, does the girl know anything about this? Of course not, but I'm sure she will be on our side. She wants revenge more than anyone after all. Excellent. But I want to know the most important thing now. Did you manage to convince those two to trust us? Of course. It wasn't hard given their current circumstances. Brilliant. So now we can move to the next step. There's no going back, David. I hope you realize that. Why would I back out now that the fun is about to start? I'm not even thinking about that. Alright then. Let's get this revolution started. Revolution sounds good in this city. Definitely need some revolution. Full investigation 6 years before. So this is the case that's haunting Mordred. There's a younger Mordred and a younger Hera. Do we really have to do this? I hate these kinds of things. We just caught the most dangerous killers in the city. You can't expect the press to leave you alone. Am I wrong? Or were you the one to torment me with stuff like, I'll show them who the loser is. When I catch them, they will come crawling back, you'll see. Maybe. Come on, Mordred. Just try and relax for a moment. Easy to say, but I can't since you forced me to quit smoking. So ungrateful. I'm worrying about your health and you talk like that? Now stop mumbling and give me a smile for once. Come on. Things are going to be great, right? Take a deep breath and smile. Is that your definition of true happiness? It's like asking an old wolf to go vegetarian. Huh? You should know I'm a big fan of dramatic entrances. Well, the gang's all here. Welcome back, Leon. Leon. Kennedy. Leon Bassett, June 19, 42 years old. No man can call himself such without a purpose. Psychological profile: Leon is An honest and trustworthy man with a calm and composed nature. Due to his radical ideas about honor and patriotism, he could be easily influenced, and this is why he never got a higher rank. Biography. Bassett was born and raised in District 2, but his family came from England. Dedication to his city prompted him to enlist in the police force as soon as he could, and he was soon accepted into the homicide department of Nova Palemos. He closely followed the Pandora case, collaborating with the police and intelligence. And here I was hoping not to see your ugly mug, at least during celebrations. I'm starting to believe that you're trying to get hired here instead of working with those monkeys at the police station. I doubt you'll be able to keep the label of hero of Nova Palemos for long if you behave like that. Like I give a damn. I can't tell whether it's false modesty or just lack of judgment. It's always the worst option when it comes to Mordred. If you're done making fun of me, I'd like to know what the hell you're doing in our office. Why are you not celebrating in some pub with a few girls? I mean, it's also thanks to you if we solve the case. You're much better than me at being a hero anyway. Don't worry, I'm going to celebrate soon. But first, I had to grant Hera's wish. What do you mean? Your lovely colleague asked me to take a picture to commemorate such an important day. Huh? A picture? Aren't those on the papers enough? You mean those where you look like a dead man walking? Or maybe those where you tried to crush that reporter's camera? That's one of my favorites. You idiot. You're the one that went for the deluxe handsome rogue package. You're not allowed to complain. I'm pretty sure they delivered only half the package. What do you mean by that? I guess we are ready, huh? Come on, lovebird, strike a pose. Come here in the middle and smile. Just let it out. Show some pride and try to look serious. Next time I see this photo in like 5 or 6 years, the only thing I want to remember is... How's it going, Izzy? How's the game? It's okay. It's starting to fall apart. It's not just a localization, which is a bit rough, but it's getting a bit overly convoluted. But you know, it's a noir detective visual novel. It's okay. Doesn't really stand out. So it's leading into the tropes heavily. Damn, you've aged badly, Mordred. Chapter 3, the only thing worth fighting for. September 26, Foley Investigations. Thank you for reminding me about 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. I'm almost done with it, actually. I'm not done with it yet. I don't know why I stopped playing it, but I loved it. I'm loving it so far. I hope I don't forget all the details, because it's not convoluted. It is confusing, yes, but it's still awesome to follow. You can still follow along. It's written so well. They do it so well. 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. I think I'm in the last act. I just got distracted by other things. But yes, I am currently playing it. I'm almost done with it. But I was playing it off stream. Mordred, are you alright? Yeah, I was just thinking about the day we took that picture. Oh, you mean the one Leon took? Mm-hmm. It's been a while, huh? Souvenir picture. This photo was taken at Foley's investigation the day after what seemed to be the resolution of the infamous Pandora's case. The same day, Jennifer Kingston and Robert Harrington were executed in the electric chair. Nostalgia and regret strangle men with a golden thread. I wonder how long you'll be forced to live off memories to find a little happiness. The only good thing is that Eugene is rotting in jail. Speaking of that, have you heard from Dean again? No. Both he and Thalia have disappeared. They probably managed to leave Nova Palemos, taking advantage of all this mess. I hope at least they find some happiness. I'm not sure it was a good idea to let an android loose, but there's nothing we can do about it. Are you afraid she might get caught by some foreign country? That girl is a living computer with every kind of confidential information about our city. I'm not afraid she might get caught. What I truly fear is what they could do with whatever is inside her. Well, I don't have much love for this city anyway. A leakage of such information could lead to an unprecedented international incident. I hope Deed is clever enough to hide her in some isolated place. At this point, the facts related to the professor are the least of our problems. Are you still worried about Baker? Actually, I was thinking about our finances. We're relying on that little money we've got from the police and some occasional jobs. And stalking cheating husbands isn't exactly my life's ambition. Be grateful that clients are still paying us despite everything. Our names were on the newspapers after that Baker case, and that put us on the map. How ironic, considering he wanted to bring us down. And yet we don't know the reasons behind the bomb at the Black Band's headquarters. I'm still concerned about future retaliations. I doubt Baker forgot the whole thing. And thanks to his wife's appearance on TV, a large part of the public opinion still considers him a saint. The puppet strings are getting harder to cut. And to think that I could have told her the truth and avoided all this. Wow, thank you, game, for reminding us of our bad decisions. What I do appreciate about this is there are consequences to some major decisions. It's not just like a linear visual novel. Utawa Rerumono. Yeah, I see that a lot. I see that pop up a lot. And I think you've recommended Utawa Rerumono. I'm terrible pronunciation, sorry. You've been recommending that. But you also recommend 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim, so thank you again for that recommendation. It's super good. And I really should finish it before I forget everything. It's one of those games that you ought to play consistently because there's so many details to keep in balance. But, yeah, man, I'll just have a refresher course. I'll just read all the lore entries and we'll be fine. But, yeah, 13 Sentinels is so good. At least you've prevented those monsters from taking power again. Let's enjoy the small victory. Mordred Foley, looking on the bright side, is hell freezing over? So I think we only did one thing right, according to this game, which was to stop the fascist party from gaining power. I think that's the only good thing we've done so far. Huh? A message from Leon. Are you kidding? After all this time, what's it say? He wants to meet in District 6 tonight. Alone. District 6? Why so far away? Because that's where the island is. The island? Why does he want to go back to that cursed place? The huge building is located in Nova Palemos' District 6 and was initially intended as a way to rezone the area. Due to the increasing number of elders who were failing the Patterson test, the area was turned into an accommodation center, counting more than 2,000 residents. Access is not allowed to the public. The guests must provide public utility services in exchange for accommodation and are constantly monitored by staff. After a crime occurred a few years ago, most of the facilities have been equipped with modern security systems. And supposedly, the higher the district number, the worse off it is. He wouldn't do that if it wasn't something important, especially since we haven't been in touch for more than 5 years. You think he still hates us? Quite possibly, but it's worth trying to talk to him. Also, he says it has something to do with Pandora. Pandora's a serial killer. Pandora? Maybe we should inform Freya, just to be safe. I'd prefer not to involve her if we can. The glove thing is not entirely resolved yet. I'm going to contact her later on, just to know if she has any news about Hephaestus and those emails. Do you think she's made any progress? I hope so. Anyway, we should start getting ready or we won't get there in time. Alright, let's go. But isn't this this totally reminds you of I the Somnium Files? The sound effects and everything. Where's that map? Scarlet Hollow, if you're looking for a visual novel, Scarlet Hollow is so good. Though it's in early access, but it's so good. September 26, Celison's Plaza, District 6, Nova Palemos. We're here, finally. I hope what he has to say is worth a 2-hour drive. This place has changed so much in the last years. After what happened a few years ago, renovating the area was the least they could do. I didn't expect to see you until your funeral. Long time no see, old friend. Leon. Leon! It's you. Hey, look at you. You're in terrible shape, dude. You are looking like a ghost. It's all your fault I'm in this state, you sick bastard. Please, it's our fault. Let me remind you that you accepted when I proposed to... Stop it already. We've suffered long enough because of that, so please. Bassett case. Leon Bassett is a member of Nova Palemos Police Department, whose integrity has been widely questioned in the past. Bassett has been charged, along with Foley investigations, with falsifying evidence connected to the Pandora case, which ruined his career. Thanks to the reputation he managed to build in the past, he kept his job, although as a simple officer. Alright, let's get to the point then. Why did you bring us here? Because I wanted to talk to you away from prying ears, and because I need your help with something that's going on here on the island. You said it was about Pandora, though. Indeed, the two go together. Great, you have my attention then. Start explaining. This intimidating statue seems to be a reminder of how the park visitors are under constant surveillance. A column dedicated to the founding fathers of Nova Palemos. A small case storing some dossiers about the history of Nova Palemos. What? Is that a wrong... What? That's not a case. A memorial dedicated to the refugees who got killed by border patrols during the years of the Great Immigration. There's only a few birds left in Nova Palemos, mainly due to the high pollution and lack of places where to build a nest. As Harris said, this district has changed a lot. There were abandoned factories and public housing only up until 7 years ago. Now the area has been completely renovated and they built a gigantic square around that open-air concentration camp they call the island. Can you believe it? This is the only location in the outskirts of Nova Palemos that doesn't smell like piss, and they filled it with a bunch of old and useless people to slave away. Concentration camp? What do you mean? Don't you know? People here were forced to leave their houses and now they are living in huts until they kick the bucket. In the meantime, they have no choice but to work without getting paid, in exchange for room and board provided by the government. Wait, I might be wrong, but from what I know, the island is merely a shelter for homeless or jobless old people. That was before the accident. Then something changed and the owner suddenly realized this place wasn't profitable enough. So, now all properties owned by those old people who failed the Patterson test are taken over by the government. Amazing, isn't it? And people let all of this happen right under their noses? You should know by now that our citizens are only looking out for those four walls they call home. They wouldn't lift a finger unless it involved them personally, and we're talking about old and senile people, so... Why would they even bother to renovate this place then? Because appearance is all that matters, Foley. Despite being a burden now, they have contributed to build this country. The island is the ideal place to let them slowly rot, because it's far away and no one can get in without permission. Also, this way the facility would look good in the TV news reports, reassuring citizens. And here you go, the masterpiece is ready. This is a slaughterhouse made of gold, Or rather, an appetizing sweet that tastes like shit. And they even dare to print flyers. An advertising flyer about the services of the island, emphasizing how the elder would be able to live in harmony while staying socially active. The voice of evidence is deaf to the ears of propaganda. Old grudges. I would like to make this quite clear. I'm still holding a grudge against you, and I'm not going to forgive you anytime soon. Look, I give a flying fuck. I'm here for the information you promised, that's all. Are you really going to fight again? Damn it, you're so childish. 2 innocent people died. My work and personal life has been hell in the last 6 years, and all because I listened to you. If I hadn't submitted that evidence, this would have never happened. You knew there was no other way to frame them, and even you thought they were guilty. Only because you messed with my head. Aren't we supposed to talk about more important things? Or are you guys going to punch each other in the middle of the street? Believe me, I'd love to. Unfortunately, I'm still a police officer. Oh, please accept my apologies then, Mr. Policeman. Now let's move on. Pandora. You said you had news about Pandora. Spit it out. 3 days ago, when I got home from work, I found this piece of paper under my door. Do these numbers mean anything to you? Huh? What kind of note is this? Wait a minute. September 26 at 9:30 p.m. If I remember correctly, this is the date when Pandora killed that guy on the island. Exactly. Today is the 6th anniversary of his death. Or rather, it will be in just over 1 hour. A piece of paper where you can read September 26, 9:30 p.m. The island, written in the pieces of newspaper and total lack of imagination. The final bell rings for everyone, yet for some of them, does it twice. Are you beginning to see why I called you here? This is some twisted joke, right? I doubt this is just a stupid prank by some idiot. There is no public, precise information on that murder, let alone the exact time. So, who wrote it? Don't tell me. Yes, Pandora himself. Hold on. Since when does Pandora announce his next moves? Is this some kind of perverted masochism? Well, I think nothing good is going to happen. What I learnt from this note, though, is something else. Pandora's following us, and he seems to be taking an interest in us now more than ever. So I wanted to ask you, would you be willing to come with me on the island and wait for the time indicated in the note? As I said, maybe nothing will happen, but in the meantime, you could tell me about variation. Oh, the Hephaestus case. Are you asking us to share the information we've collected on Pandora? Well, yes, exactly. I know there's bad blood between us, but at this point, we are forced to work together. As they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? So, what's your answer? What do you think, Mordred? I guess Leona's right. As much as I hate to admit it, we need him. But it's risky to share too much, given how much he still despises us. What should I do? I'll trust him. Let's trust him. Tell him the truth. Maybe you're right. It's useless to fight each other now. I'll tell you what we found. I'm glad we've come to an agreement. Where shall we begin? I never pictured that it would be this bad. Now I see why no one wanted to talk about Detective Goldsoul. Or about what happened at Hephaestus. Those bloody bastards did everything they could to keep me out. What the hell? It came from the island. Who are you? Who are you? This is the police! Let us through and don't let anybody out. What's happening? Whoa, what is that? Damn it, we're too late. We must inform my colleagues and close up the entrance. I won't let that bastard go this time. Stay here, Mordred, and see what you can find out. I'll make sure to close the gates. This scene is the same from 6 years ago. Go, Hera. I'll handle this. I'll fetch the police. But Leon's already doing that. How far can your sadism go? This is the past. Pandora. Yes, but this time he won't get away. This hellhole has only one entrance, and all exits are recorded. The murder happened at 8:30 p.m. and no one left the building. He fell into his own trap. How could a meticulous killer like him make such a huge mistake? Whatever the reason, we'd better start investigating. You might want to know more about the dynamics of the case first, don't you think? Would you be so kind to share the information with us? How could I say no to a smile like that? What would I do without you? Before I forget, I wanted to thank you for letting us through without filling in all those useless files. Just doing my duty, and we promise to take it down together, don't we? While in the past, you won't be able to use evidence from the future, and you will find clues that might be helpful for the current case. All information will be collected in documents. You can read them at any moment, both in the present and the past. Welcome in, Blushing Peony. We're jumping into the past right now. About the case 6 years ago. And we might finish dry drowning today. Situation on the island in the past. Is the situation here really under control? Are you sure no one left after the murder? As I said, each entry and exit is recorded, and when the alarm went off, the doors were immediately shut. This place is like a fortified maze. The walls are so high that it's just impossible to escape. We are completely sure that every guest and worker who was here last night is still locked up inside. I can only imagine the pressure those poor old people are subject to. I hope we get things sorted out quickly. They are here because they don't have a place to live, after all. We got our own problems to deal with right now. There's no point worrying about something that is not our concern. Victim's identity. What do you know about the victim? His name is Terry Oath, son of Maximilian, the founder and director of the island. Terry Oath, 29 years old, mors tua vita mea, psychological profile. Just like his father, Terry was impulsive and extremely condescending. He always claimed to be a black man's militant, which made his attitude towards his subordinates even more rigid. Biography. Terry was Maximilian Oath's firstborn. After studying private law, he was appointed as coordinator of the whole island, provoking allegations of nepotism against his father. Terry has managed the budget of the island for a very long time. What? Pandora killed such an influential figure? What's wrong with him? We know for sure that Terry was not very popular around here, but no one thought that Pandora would take action himself. What do you mean? Did he have any enemies? I didn't have enough information about this. Ask around when you get the chance. What's certain is that his father has gone insane after that. I wouldn't trade places with these wretches living here after we solve the case. You think there's a chance that we might talk to him? He could tell us more about what happened. Probably, but let me tell you, it won't be much of a pleasant chat. As always. Dynamics of the murder. Let's get to the point. What did you find about the dynamics of the murder? The victim jumped through a window from the 5th floor of the main building, falling into the pond in the middle of the square. But we've already established that this was not the cause of death. What then? Before being thrown out the window, his throat was slit while his eyes and mouth were filled with hot wax. Icarus? That's not all. The victim had angel wings on his back, one of the props from the island's theater. Angel wings? Props? What are they doing here? From what I've heard, sometimes the organized place is a recreational activity for the guests, and the rehearsal room is right there on the 5th floor. So he was thrown from there. Exactly. Wings, wax, and a fall from a great height. There's no doubt. Pandora created a sick version of the myth of Icarus. Let's refresh our mythology. Icarus was the son of the master inventor Daedalus. After building a majestic labyrinth in which he locked up a brutal minotaur, Daedalus was condemned by Minos, king of Crete, and imprisoned along with his son inside his own creation so that no one could ever discover the secret of the mythological beast. In an attempt to escape, Daedalus collected some feathers and glued them with wax to his son's body so that he could fly. It was working fine, but swept up by the excitement, Icarus flew too close to the sun. The wax suddenly melted and he fell to his death. Wow, I don't remember about the building of the labyrinth and being trapped in there. Cool. How did he manage to kill him without anyone noticing? I have no idea yet. Maybe we can find out more by investigating the crime scene or the rehearsal room. Can you get us in, Leon? I need some time. I'll do my best. Well, at least now we have a lead to follow up on. Welcome in, Zen. Thank you for the alert. Very well, we can start by taking a look around. Yep, that is the tale. But yeah, like I totally forgot about. We only remember like the wings flying close to the sun, but I totally forgot about the labyrinth and everything, and being trapped. All right, I'll be here in case you need anything. Try not to be reckless, okay? Sure, thank you. Come on, Mordred. Due to the fall, lots of feathers are scattered around the crime scene. This is supposed to be Maximilian Oath, the founder and director of this deadly maze. The statue represents him giving a needy old man a sort of son, which is the symbol of the island. Pandora did find a way to represent even the sun. This is so grotesque, even more than a statue itself. Just like Leon said, the victim's face was disfigured with wax, poured into both his eyes and mouth. The throat was cut, clean and cruel, typical of him. Here are the wings that Leon was talking about, although they are in a pretty bad shape after the fall. Does this look like a good time to make such comments? The victim's hands and arms have no wounds or bruises, so either he didn't notice the assassin or he didn't try to defend himself. It's Odyssey complicated as Greek god's family tree. Are you talking about like the actual story of the Odyssey or like Assassin's Creed Odyssey? The victim's right shoulder is full of cuts and shards of glass all over the skin. What is this supposed to mean? A small pond to make this place look like less of a gloomy labyrinth, I guess. A display case with some information about the structure, its foundation, and development over time. At the bottom, you can see the names of some important guests they had and their motto. Here, the sun never goes down. Great. Now it's time to interrogate some witnesses. Any suspects yet? Oh, you bet. And now we're in the present. Thinking back to those moments makes me sick. I don't have time to waste. I must investigate before the police arrive. Personal documents. The island's crime scene in the year 2060. The victim's body was thrown from the 5th floor of the main building and fell into the artificial pond below. There are wounds and glass shards in the victim's shoulder, possibly where he smashed through the window. He's wearing angel wings, typically used as a theater costume, and feathers are spread around the scene. The victim's throat was cut. Both his eyes and mouth were filled with wax. The murder happened at 9:30 p.m. The display case is covered in blood. Maybe the victim hit his head against it when he landed on the ground. This grotesque statue is still symbolizing the egotism of that... wait a minute. There's a big dent on its head. I wonder why. Vandalized statue. The face of the statue, representing the founder of the island, is covered in dents, probably inflicted by a blunt object. All kings are destined to suffer. This guy is looking further away than usual. Thank goodness that wretch didn't fall over one of those things. That's dangerous. It's like a safety hazard. Look at how spiky they are. Once again, feathers are all around the crime scene. They are arranged in a different way this time, though. Homer's Odyssey. Okay, Homer's Odyssey. Prequel supplements, aka backstory. Yeah, so much... I totally forgot. Like, I forgot a lot of the details about the Odyssey. Fun times reading it, though. It is such a wild ride. The island timetable. This might come in handy. 8 a.m. wake-up call. 8:10 medical examination. 8:30 daily task assignment. 12 lunch break. 3 recreational activities. 7 dinner. 8:30 curfew. So everyone is in... So there's a curfew. 8:30. A security camera pointing at the crime scene? I'm not sure it'll be of help to us, but it might still be useful. Unlike 6 years ago during the first investigation, today there are many cameras on the island showing a drastic increase in security measures. A shoe. What's it doing in a bush? Probably the victim lost it during the fall and it landed here. I better take it with me as evidence. Right shoe. The shoe has been found in a bush at the crime scene. It looks like a safety shoe. Size 43 European. The tiniest detail hides the most sinister of intentions. Angel wings, identical to those used in the past, broken into pieces after the fall once again. These medium-sized wings are used as a stage costume and they were tied to the victim's back. After the crash, its feathers spread around the crime scene. Discreet wings, broken by burning ambition. Just like 6 years ago, the victim has wax all over his eyes. However, his throat looks untouched and the wax in his mouth is most likely dripped from his eyes. Maybe Pandora didn't have time to slit his throat and was forced to change his plans. A lot of assumptions there, boy. Hot wax has poured into the victim's eyes and it burned his cheeks and mouth. Since death was caused by the fall, the victim was certainly still alive when the wax was being poured. Oof. Wait, what are these burns? Both his thumbs suffered severe burns. How could this happen? Whatever the reason, Pandora was definitely in a rush this time. Both the victim's thumbs are covered in wax and are severely burned just like his face. Nothing burns like pride. Look, what are those wounds on his arms? The cuts are quite deep and there are a lot of shards of glass. There are several cuts and glass shards in both the victim's arms coming from the broken window. No sign of stab wounds on the rest of the body. Maybe this will help us break down what happened. I've seen enough. Our friends will be here any second. Mordred, the police are here. Good, let's move out.
Please stay calm. We're carrying out some checks to ensure your safety.
You can go back to your rooms very soon. However, keep in mind that leaving this building is forbidden. I see the police started to... Pick again for the Lurkzan. I see the police started to take care of the guests of the island. Oh, Mordred. Finally, I found you. I was worried they'd turn the screws on you for sticking your nose into the crime scene. We're good for now. Thank God. Tell me, what did you find there? Much more than I expected. Wasn't she just with us? Weird. What? So the murder is not identical to the one we investigated? Quite the contrary. I think the discrepancies will allow us to catch that piece of shit. Have you already spoken to Leon? No, he's probably too busy explaining why we're here on the island.
You can't keep me here. You have no right. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with?
Who's this? Who's that lunatic? What's all that screaming? Maximilian? Maximilian Oath, 69 years old. Hatred is just a generation of loneliness. Psychological profile. After the loss of his son, Maximilian fell into a deep depression, worsened by his stressful job as director. Biography. Oath's family owns a small business in Nova Palemos specialized in renewable energy. After attending the law school, he started working for the government and eventually appointed as director of the Project Island.
Huh? And who are you? You don't look like residents of the island. Are you reporters who come sniffing around?
Did you forget about us? And to think that we were like your best friends a few years ago. Did our faces age so much?
Don't tell me. You were those detectives. Mulgred and Hera?
Mulgred? Yeah, that's us. How did you get in? How did you get in?
Security?
Oh, hi there. Subscribe for 12 months. It's been a year since we were playing Exocolonist. That's crazy. Welcome in Vanua. I see you've been quite immersed in Baldur's Gate 3 lately. Hope your playthrough's been fun. We're gonna try and finish this game today, so we can move on to The Expanse, which I'm excited to get into, a Telltale game. And we're gonna see how this concludes. But so far, it's what's going on? Revolution in the city. Well, welcome, Vanwa. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you for 12 months. Time flies, indeed. Hush, calm down already. We're here to solve this mess. And I believe that it's in your best interest to get everything back to normal.
What are you even talking about? The situation is perfectly under control. This is one of the most renowned places in the whole city. It takes much more to affect its integrity and reputation. So you can't forget about wandering around here. You're not the police, and I don't trust you at all. I'm afraid we won't be able to get anything out of him. You should remember what kind of person he is. I bet too much Baldur's Gate lately, just too good. Yeah, I even see someone on my feed. He's not even an RPG person and he doesn't listen to dialogue. But then for some reason, his review for Baldur's Gate 3 is, I'm not even an RPG person and don't listen to dialogue, but this game is so good. And I
hope it's gonna get more people interested in role playing. Not just Dungeons and Dragons, but role playing games in general. I really hope it's a great entry point as well. I'm also tempted to start a concurrent off-stream playthrough. Like, I'm tempted to just like have an off-stream character for playthrough. Excuse me. And Daisy Barnes is the streamed playthrough. Then I'm gonna like do it in parallel so I can like experience other outcomes. Anon, thank you for the tip. Oh man, all your support is going straight into growing this channel. Thank you so much. I hope to continue to grow and be better and give you guys better content. Thank you so much for the donations and the follows and the support and the subscriptions. Interesting choices later. Every choice has been interesting so far. So when you say that there will be interesting choices later, even more interesting. I'm excited. For my off-stream character, I'll probably recreate my Avernus character. I think I'm gonna go with that. Custom Ranger Rogue eventually, and maybe I'll join some multiplayer games if my friends I have a spot open once in a while, maybe. And yeah, I'll probably just start a concurrent off-stream playthrough. I think that might be interesting. Where we don't murder people, or where we totally murder people. You can't wrap your head around the variety of options. There's so many options, and when we're still in Act 1. I'm pretty sure we're not even that far into Act 1, and I already feel like originally it's giving me the same feeling as when I started Divinity Original Sin 2. I was so stressed out by the amount of possibilities, but that's why for Baldur's Gate 3, I just turned off my gamer instincts and just go with it. It's impossible to experience all the options unless you save scum and play it multiple times. So, yes, variations of the finale, even if it'll be very small, like there are probably just a few main endings with a ton of variations. The journey is also what matters, right? So, yeah, I'm excited to see. So many variations, so many different things you could do. I love it. Like, you might be overwhelmed with choice, but it's also rewarding to stay in character. And it's also mechanically enforced and encouraged using the inspiration system to at least kind of role player characters consistently, which I find also very cool because like, yeah, I want those inspiration points. But even with me who would naturally role play and try to stick to my character, it's also rewarding me for that. But for those people who don't really roleplay, it's like, oh, I want inspiration points. I'll try to stay in character and do things that might be harmful, but interesting. And again, failing forward. Like, don't be afraid of failure. They highly encourage not save scumming. And yeah, I might actually try out multiple characters and multiple playthroughs because there's just so many. It'll be it's like a new game. Not really a new game, but it's gonna be so different each time, right? So down to how your character plays, to what dialogue options you choose, to who lives or dies, it's gonna be going totally different directions. So I'm looking forward to it. But I'm currently enjoying our stream playthrough. Like the last session was just so fun. I really felt that solidified my it made me feel better about, who we decided to role play, what we decided to do. I feel like it solidified my party comp RP-wise as well. So it is such a great session, and hopefully we can take that forward. You're at the end of Act 2. Oh boy, there are a lot of that can go very, very differently. Oh wow, you're that far already. Nice. Yeah, right? And there's so many ways like, oh, this could have happened, but then you just move on and enjoy the ride. But you'll never forget your first playthrough, and I'm just happy that it's interesting so far for a first playthrough. Maximilian is lying, and this time I don't need the mask to realize that. But I won't convince him to help if I don't get personal. And in order to do that, I need to dive in the past, the day this man's life fell apart.
From now on, by using the souvenir picture in your inventory, you will go back to the past and experience firsthand Hera's and Mordred's memories. This way, you'll find new information and learn about the case from 6 years ago. Use the picture again to get back to the present. Remember, you won't be able to use the evidence collected in the future during your investigation in the past, naturally. Right? And we're not even in Baldur's Gate yet. Like for a game called Baldur's Gate, you can spend hundreds of hours not being in Baldur's Gate. And it's only capped at level 12. That's when will we get level 13 to 20? Baldur's Gate 4? Almost 9. Okay, cool. Wow, you're almost at level cap. But yeah, it's like we only get essentially we just get half the levels. I'm so curious. Like I don't know if they mentioned it, I'm pretty sure they mentioned it in a dev blog or something, but when will we get like level 13 to 20? Will we get it in a sequel or an expansion? So the main suspects are these two guys. Yes, Robert Harrington and Jennifer Kingston. Apparently, they had a grudge against the victim due to something that happened a few years ago. It seems they were pretty famous actors here in Nova Palemos. Jennifer Kingston, 28 years old, the devil is in the detail, psychological profile. Cheerful and spontaneous, Jennifer has always been able to adapt to every situation and was dearly loved by friends and colleagues. Her personality allowed her to easily find a job and then move up quickly. Biography. Jennifer was condemned to the electric chair for Terry Oath's murder and executed with her accomplice. She was a rising star in Nova Palemos' acting scene, and she was particularly appreciated for her comic roles. What about this other guy? Robert Harrington. 52 years old, God's touch is never a caress. Psychological profile. Robert is a self-centered and arrogant man trying to hide behind false modesty. Biography. Before being condemned to the electric chair for Terry Oath's murder, he was one of the most renowned dramatic actors in the theater scene of Nova Palemos. Although he never achieved true fame, he had a small flock of admirers. Even now, some nostalgics used to bring flowers to his grave. Oh. What are the two actors doing here, and what happened between them and the victims? I don't have the answers to your questions right now. We have to find out more on our own. The police know I'm working with you, so they have me on a short leash. Alright, we're going to speak to them. You'll find them in the waiting room. They shouldn't be too hard to spot. Maybe we should talk to Director Maximilian too, even though you advised us against him. Well, if you really want. Go to the crime scene then. He's there since yesterday. He's still in shock and refuses any help, so try to be careful if you don't want to be kicked out. Alright, let's go. A billboard reminding their beloved guests to take their medicine. It's almost like people would rather die than wake up in this place. I'd be curious to see the recreation area this sign is talking about. I hope that place is less depressing than this reception. A few signs to help people move around the island. Given the complexity of the structure, I would have expected more of them. Sealed doors, probably leading to the staff quarters and the kitchens. How retarded can you be? That's terrible, ableist language. Can you be to build so many stairways in a place mostly populated by old people? But I get his point. The guests collect their daily medicines from this desk. The reinforced glass suggests they had some problems in the past.
This building is crumbling and there are puddles all around the place. What a terrible place. It's like all I can think about now is like Baldur's Gate 3. Huh? Look, Mordred, those two look like... There you are. Finally, I found you. Excuse me. What did I tell you? This girl has the perfect face for our next play. Look how beautiful she is, Robert. Oh, wow. You are damn right, Jennifer. This girl is a real beauty, a rare jewel. Are you talking about me? You see any other young ladies around here? You're the performer we are looking for. Tell me, are you into theater? Oh, yes, I like it, but... Alright, enough with the chit-chat. We are detectives, pull yourselves together. We've got work to do here. Oh, how rude. You can't expect kindness when someone here has just been murdered by a serial killer. You must be Mr. Harrington and Miss Kingston, am I right? That's us. Here we are, in the flesh. Would you like an autograph, miss? Well, not really. Actually, we wanted to ask you a few questions. Oh dear, don't tell me we are suspects. We're just honest and respected actors. Our life goal is to make people dream, not to kill them. Art in Nova Palemos. Despite the pervasive control methods and censorship, the artistic community of Nova Palemos has always been very prosperous. After its foundation, several creative minds moved to the city in search of fame, and their ideas contributed to the creation of many contemporary masterpieces. Despite the creativeness, artists focus almost exclusively on simple, harmless, and popular topics. Those few artworks which are possibly connected to rioting are immediately removed from the market and the web, as happened a few times in the music and cinema industry. You don't have to worry. Some routine questions won't do any harm. If you're innocent, you'll be released soon. Fine, so what are you waiting for? Ask away. We shall prove that we are as pure as snow. Did you know the victim personally? Sure we did. He was our employer's son. The poor wretch was not very well liked. He had many enemies, and in the end, he suffered the consequences. It may look like a serial killer did the deed, but I'm sure the motive is revenge. Who are those enemies you mentioned? Well, everyone living on the island. Don't you know? He used to manage the company budget and caused all sorts of disasters. What disasters? Crumbled walls, budget cuts, non-compliant buildings. He was doing everything to take bribes from construction companies. So, the victim was hated for being a corrupt man. Maybe we should discuss this with his father. Who is Maximilian Oath to you, and what are you doing on the island? Maximilian is our patron. He's the one who decided to bring the theater here for his guests. He has always wanted to make life better for those living here by having them participate in acting classes, for example. He even organized several theater festivals with professional actors, and that's where we come in. Before all this happened, we were rehearsing for our new play, dedicated to the tragedy of those who perish in an attempt to emigrate to Nova Palemos. Were the rehearsals taking place here on the island? No, we only taught acting classes for some guests here in the rehearsal room of the recreation area. So there is a rehearsal room. Could it be the place where Pandora attacked the victim? As strange as it might sound, Maximilian loved his son and his death hit him very hard. I believe he had good intentions for this place, but then politics kicked in and ruined everything, as often happens. If you've got nothing to do with the murder, you should be able to provide an alibi for both of you, right? Of course. When the incident occurred, Robert and I were in our room rehearsing the play.
Like true professionals.
Is there any camera footage that can prove it? I don't think there are any cameras inside the building. So, you don't have any believable alibi?
We were together. Isn't it enough?
No mask. Are they telling the truth? And maybe there's more. Or maybe there's more. So, you are just two actors who have nothing to do with the murder. Is that it? I swear, we had no hard feelings towards either him or his father. We've been collaborating with them since the opening of the facility.
It's hard to get hired in this country. We can't afford to kill the few employers left.
Wait, a mask? It popped up right when she said they had no hard feelings. Alright, it's enough for now. Stick around, we might still need you.
As you wish, madame.
Roger that. Just don't let us wither here too long, okay? They are hiding something, I know it. Huh? Hiding what? A mask showed up when she talked about resentment toward the victim and his father. The relationship wasn't that good, in fact. Leon was right. They are definitely good suspects, especially if Pandora acted in the rehearsal room as I think. Yeah, the alibi isn't solid at all. Before we face them again, we should investigate that room. But I'm afraid we can't access that until Leon gives us permission. Alright, let's do some research meanwhile. Oh my god. Such terrible lore. Oh. You didn't deserve this, no. My dear, gentle, sweet and caring son. No, I'm sure it was just envy. The envy of that filthy loser who did this to you. I promise you, son, I will have that bastard's head. Of everyone else, or everyone else will pay for it. Is he talking to himself? Mordred, this man just lost his son. Just try to be respectful. Who's there? Who dares to speak while I'm mourning? Detective Mordred Foley and Hera Kairos, sir. We're here to arrest the monster that killed your son. I've heard of you two. You are those detectives who have been chasing Pandora for years. And now you're here to feed off my son's dead body in search of fame and glory. Grave robbers, preying on the lonely and bereaved, digging out carrion like vultures. That's what you are. Please, sir, I understand you are in pain, but I swear we're here to help. If you wish to avenge your son, you just have to support us. I promise that you'll have a front row seat at the execution of that bastard. Alright, but I don't trust you nor the police. Well, we have something in common. Alright, here we go. First question. I know it's painful, but we need to know more about your son. Terry has always been an incredibly smart and honorable man, so I decided to keep him by my side to handle the island. The board did not like my decision, but complaining is part of the job of those ungrateful fuckers, I guess. Terry managed the budget while planning the renovation of the buildings and the creation of new areas. I felt so proud looking at him at work. You should have seen him. Any idea why Pandora would go after him? If I knew, I wouldn't be here mourning, don't you think? Could you tell us about the structure of the island? The facility is meant to have no ways to get in or out besides the main entrance. The goal is to protect ourselves from thieves who would see a place full of old people like a true gold mine. We built a massive structure, a unique masterpiece of contemporary architecture. But then we had to expand, turning the facility into a maze of stairs to compensate the lack of space. Stairs? This is a terrible place. One last question, then we'll leave you alone. We spoke to two of your actors and they confirmed one of our greatest concerns. It appears that your son was not particularly well liked around here because of some work-related issues.
They mentioned some bribes, reason why several guests seem to hold a grudge against him.
How dare you! My son was brilliant and honest. Any complications that arose were the fault of those stupid architects. People speak out of envy. The only reason those 12 people died in the collapse is...
What? Some guests died in a collapse?
Huh. It's too late to hold back, Maximilian. Tell me, has anyone died here because of your son?
He had absolutely nothing to do with that. It's not his fault. A column collapsed during a play, killing 2 old infirm people. The accident was kept within the island. It was a tragedy, nothing more. Were Robert and Jennifer on stage when it happened? No. There was another company at the time, which refused to work here again after that. So I decided to hire those 2.
I knew I couldn't trust those bums.
Hiring them was a big mistake. I did everything I could to improve the life quality of my guests, and all I got back was backstabbing. Bonebreaker, welcome in. Welcome to some backstabbing. Let me give you a shout out over here. If you have not checked out Bonebreaker already, please do go check out Bonebreaker. Such a chill, awesome streamer from Germany. I still don't know if you finished Final Fantasy 16 or not, but just an awesome stream to hang out. Well, welcome in. You did! Oh man, I'm gonna have to pick your thoughts on this. No spoilers here though, but how about did it live up to your expectations? Do you think it'll go down in history as a strong entry in the Final Fantasy series? Or did it crash and burn or not live up to its hype? We're gonna today, well, welcome in Bonebreaker. We are gonna try and finish Dry Drowning today because I want to move on to other stories. And I cannot get enough of Baldur's Gate 3 as well. It's so fun. You need to play it, Bonebreaker. But things are going to change here, you have my word, and someone will pay for this. Terry did an excellent job. The only reason why the buildings were not compliant is that someone tried to trick him.
No, Mask. Maximilian truly believes his son is innocent.
Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to be left alone. This conversation had made my mood even worse. Goodbye. Just as I thought, Maximilian won't talk about the misdeeds of his son.
We'll have to find out in a different way. We should talk to Leon first. He might have some news.
Leon! I swear. Some people think of like Leon the professional, but I always think of Leon as Kennedy. And I always hear it in Ashley's voice now. A milestone in one point or another. Yeah, I agree with that. It left you with mixed feelings. Same. Very mixed feelings for me. For me, it started to fall apart after... For me, the high point of the game was the Crystalline Dominion. And after the Crystalline Dominion, I don't know, it just started to like fall apart for me and be very mixed. But still a great game. I agree. And yeah, I would still recommend it. It was in the fast-paced action games. Now, Lichcast had some interesting impressions as well. Why he thinks it might not reach the same heights as some other stronger entries in Final Fantasy. And I agree with most of the points. And one of them was like being... If you played Final Fantasy 14 before, which we did, Lichcast and I, we can't help but see that they repeat a lot of the same story beats. So if you played Final Fantasy 14 before, you might get a sense of deja vu if you play 16. They also relied on similar tropes and twists, which we felt that they could have moved past. So, and for combat, we think about Platinum Games and that. So basically, it became by involving an all-star cast and crew to bring the game to life. Suddenly, 16 became more... Oh, it's the story similar to Final Fantasy 14. The action is similar to Astral Chain and Devil May Cry. And
There's no gameplay variety whatsoever. So in the end, it's kind of like, if you look back at it, it just has, yeah, it's just very mixed. Like, the identity of the game is kind of all over the place. 16, bound to repeat something. Well, to be fair, yeah, exactly. To be fair, each Final Fantasy is a standalone story with no relation to it whatsoever. But this one, we had a hard time seeing it as a standalone thing because it's just like, it's like we've been through it already in 14. Like, it's just repeating the same notes but worse, and we know the team could do better, but they fell back into their the same bad habits. If you play 14, you'll know. But then that's, I'm wondering, for someone who hasn't played 14, namely you, Bonebreaker, you didn't play 14, so yeah, comes down to expectations. Well, they exceeded most of mine. At least it exceeded a lot of your expectations. It did. And I think it is a great, strong entry. I would like to play more Final Fantasies like it, just with better gameplay variety and better writing for the second half. But yeah, we know it could be more, and that's where I'm at with mixed feelings. It could have been so much more, which is a good thing, I think, because at least it wasn't a dumpster fire. Yeah, you mentioned you're skipping the dialogue and everything, cutscenes, right? To be fair, A Realm Reborn, the base game is so much of a slog. It only really starts to get good after the first expansion, Heaven's Ward. This mask thing, it doesn't seem to work with direct questions about being guilty. How much can I trust something like this? I don't know what's wrong with our character, but he has this mask of lies thing, but it's probably because of a psychological disturbance. Excerpt from the psychiatric evaluation of Mordred Foley, Part 2. What? What happens to me is not the result of some superpower like in those stupid comics. This comes from some degenerative psychological condition that's driving me insane, forcing me to deal with the true face of people. The stress coming out of this just makes everything worse. I'm unstable, unreliable, and even dangerous. Breathe. Breathe and deal with it. Don't let the pressure get to you or everything will be for nothing. Don't mess it up. Not again. Yeah, there seems to be a lot to talk about with Final Fantasy 16. But then, like, in summary, it's like it could have been so much more. Knowing the pedigree, like, precisely because we played Final Fantasy 14 and then 16, even more, the feeling of that it could have been so much more is felt even strongly. More, it's even stronger. Because it's like, they already retread the same ground as 14 and they improved upon it. Why did they fall short here, storytelling-wise? But action, I loved it as an action game. But quest design and gameplay, like, where was the variety? It was such a missed opportunity. It felt like MMORPG filler quests and fetch quests. So quest design leaves a lot to be desired. But yeah, it could have been so much more. And definitely there's a lot more to talk about, which could be reserved for a totally different episode. Or hell, we could just chat about it on Discord. But yeah, I'm interested to hear your thoughts as well, especially as someone who I think played more FF than I have. And maybe more invested in the series as a whole. But in the meantime, I guess we have to wait for Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2. But when is the next big FF going to come out, right? When is Final Fantasy 17? It's gonna be a while. This is all we have right now. Just 16 and the 7 remake. So it's kind of sad to think about. It's like, we want more. Enthusiast but not a hardcore fan. Understandable. I think it's time to confront Maximilian again and unmask him. We just need to pressure him, focusing on the past, and he'll fall apart. Do we want to do that? Sure. Alright, here we go. I've got to be careful not to push it or I could blow up the whole case. Mr. Oath, can we have a second?
You again. Another word and I swear I'll kick you out of here.
Mordred, maybe we should give up.
2 more hours to go. Thank you so much for the lurk, Bonebreaker.
No, trust me. I understand how you feel, but we need your help to find out whoever did this. If you're not honest with me and don't grant us free access to the facility, we'll have our hands tied and it'll be all for nothing.
I trusted you once and it all went to hell. If that maniac had the chance to strike again, it's all your fault. You sentenced to death 2 innocent people instead of the monster that slaughtered my son.
No, this is not working. I need to change the topic. I've got to play on his fears and force him to talk. Fine, I'll be straightforward then. If you keep obstructing our investigation, you could be the next one to die. What are you saying, Mordred?
What? Are you resorting to threats now?
You know what I'm saying. You're not the most beloved person here and you are in danger.
What are you talking about? All residents and staff members love me. Why would they kill me?
When I was investigating the crime scene, I found something that proves the opposite. The evidence shows that someone on the island has some unfinished business with you. What?
The face.
You know, thinking about like visual novels right now. Oh man, I started continuing like the Blue Archive visual novel part of the gacha. It's so it's like Avengers Endgame all over again. I love it. I'm so invested in Blue Archive. Cannot wait for the animation. I'm so tempted to like stream the Blue Archive story here, but I don't know. There are other games to play.
What the?
Huh? There's a gouge in the head of the statue. It's like someone hit it hard. That's right. And it happens to represent our friend here. It seems that someone here is looking forward to getting their revenge.
Who could have done that? That doesn't prove anything. It could just be an accident.
Your reaction says otherwise. Or rather, your mask.
Oh, huh.
So, someone damaged the island's properties as an act of rebellion? I'm quite sure this wasn't an isolated case. After the death of your son, things have changed here. And not for the better. You only have to look around to understand why.
What? The number of guests has increased by a lot. Everyone agrees this facility is a great success.
A fake success achieved with the collaboration of the government. The growth in the number of guests has one simple reason behind it, and that reason is... the much-loved Patterson test. I'm sure most of your guests failed it.
What are you implying?
After the accident, the government put huge pressure on you and you ended up with your back against the wall. The only way to save face was to propose something that could keep the facility operative and profitable for the government. Something really inhuman. And the Patterson test was the key. Usually, old people fail it, and they happen to be the perfect inhabitants of your beloved island. By forcing them to live here, being declared incompetent and with no heirs, the government would obtain their properties, at the same time granting you an army of slaves, forced to rely on you for their survival. The death of a son leads to cynicism, and cynicism to shameless exploitation.
Exploitation? What the hell are you talking about? We provide people with no future with a shelter. Those old people can't wait to work together and feel useful, and this place is much safer than their own houses.
So true, especially if they're surrounded by walls and the entrance is strictly guarded. Well, it certainly feels like being inside a prison. And they made a nice addition to the facility, which proves my point of you being scared of your guests. The addition I'm talking about is... If this place is so perfectly safe, why would you have cameras installed everywhere? Maybe they damaged something else other than the statue, and that's why you're so afraid.
Stop it! How long are you going to harass me? I've lost my son and my credibility, and now this damn nightmare is ruining my life again. And on top of that, you two won't stop bugging me.
That's simply because you keep on hiding the truth. Why didn't you tell us straight away that someone displayed violent behavior?
Because this kind of behavior is a daily routine. And it involves dozens of different people. Desperate over 70 seeking for attention. Huh? Every day the facility gets damaged, and Pandora's return is the last straw. This can't go public, otherwise my career will be over, nullifying all efforts my son and I made to create this place.
Are you still willing to keep this quiet, even now that the blood of one of your own employees is on your hands?
What are you talking about? I don't even know the victim. There are thousands of people living here. You can't expect me to know all of them.
Maybe not the guests, but I'm sure you're paranoid enough to know every single person who's working for you.
Maybe, but he was certainly not one of them.
I believe that's another lie, and I can prove it. This provides evidence that the victim worked here.
What provides the proof?
The shoe, I guess. Why would any of your guests wear work shoes? Okay, I'm guessing it's supposed to be uniform.
Where did you find that?
At the crime scene, the victim lost it during the fall and it landed in a bush. There's no point in lying anymore, Mr. Oath. Tell us the truth and maybe we'll be able to help you.
Alright, I'll tell you what I know.
This was a hard one, but we did it.
The victim is Andrew Johannes. He was one of the youngest and most promising technicians of the new theater company of the island.
Age 0, psychological profile. This profile is currently locked for investigative purposes. Please try again later. The profile is unavailable. Did the police lock it up?
Please, every second counts. All I'm asking is for you to help us understand. Did he work in the theater too?
That's right.
That's right. After the accident, I started a new in-house company made of talented young people only, and I dedicated it to my son.
Dedicating a company to the same person who destroyed the theater. How ironic.
Andrew was a good boy. I can't imagine why Pandora would kill him.
Did Andrew have any contact with people within the island?
He knew all the members of the theater company, but only one of them was here today. You can find him in the dark room.
The dark room?
Is something wrong? It's where we store our collection of paintings.
Have you forgotten what happened there 6 years ago?
I'm sorry, I can't remember.
What a liar. However, no mask this time.
It doesn't matter, Mordred. No other people that come to mind? Or maybe any suspect? Maybe. But here are their room numbers. I want you to meet them before I give you my opinion.
Really? What's that for?
You'll find out soon enough. Also, I can give you the access code to the rehearsal room, but you'll have to convince the police to let you in.
Don't worry, we can be very persuasive.
Thank you, Mr. Oath. You've been very helpful. Thank me when you catch that monster. Before I go, I need to tell you something important.
Huh?
When you had those two bastards killed, I was happy. They were innocent, that's true, but they did everything they could to destroy me. So they deserve to die. Goodbye, detectives.
Forget about it, Hera. Let's get back to the case.
Alright. It's good that Maximilian decided to tell the truth. I suspect the police wouldn't tell us anything.
Yes, once again, we're going to have to do this ourselves. Should you talk about the acquaintances of the victim, or would you prefer to go over the previous case?
Let's focus on the present this time. Oops.
This place hasn't changed at all in the last 6 years. This is what you call a recurring nightmare, I guess. If you need to let off some steam about the past. Nah, I'm fine. We must focus on the case. Alright, let's get started then. Actually, this room is quite empty and clean. There are no traces of blood either. The police let us in without resistance. I hope they didn't contaminate the crime scene too much. Remind me to thank Leon for that. I bet it's his doing. The scenography is really cheap, like those used for school plays. Several old-style spotlights. Not sure whether it's to give the place a vintage touch or just to save some money. Some theatrical equipment lying around. I guess those angel wings came from here. What are these? Some jars containing wax? Pandora must have poured this into the victim's face. And he left them here. That doesn't make any sense. There's a lot of wax on the floor near the window. Did Pandora pour it into the victim right by the window? How? Maybe he drugged him? Nah, there are signs of foul play everywhere. He tried to resist them, and the wounds on his arm, well... Yup. Poured into his eye socket while alive. The window was smashed by the victim. There's broken glass everywhere. Given the state of the scene, he was thrown out with great violence. Fingerprints. They look like 2 thumbs. Maybe the victim tried to resist them and pushed against the wall. It's weird enough that Pandora did not kill him right away, and the idea of him letting the victim resist is just ridiculous. We're definitely missing something. We searched everywhere, but couldn't find any answers. And there's not a single camera in here. Maybe we should ask for the footage of other areas. I highly doubt Pandora was so careless as to show his face. Also, there are security cameras only at the entrance and in some specific spots. I guess the killer knew it well. Regardless, I can't get my head around why Pandora didn't cut his throat, unlike last time. Maybe he didn't want to leave any trace of blood. And what about leaving the jars with wax here, possibly with his fingerprints? He's not that stupid. Last time, he planned everything in a cold and calculated way, setting up a real horror show. This time, he acted recklessly and in a hurry as if he didn't have much time. Probably another... so far as I think these are just different murderers. Actually, I should think back to the crime scene from 6 years ago. The weird thing, though, is that Pandora managed to pour the wax evenly onto the victim's face. At least this tells us that he wasn't attacked from behind, and I doubt the victim had been drugged. This place is crawling with bored old people. I'm sure someone would have noticed something like that. Then we have thumbprints on the wall, and the victim had burns right on those fingers. He clearly tried to resist from being thrown out the window during his agony. You think someone might have heard him screaming? Maybe we can find some witnesses. I don't think so. These walls and windows are thick and basically soundproof. They probably heard the victim's screams while he was falling, nothing more. Well, now what? We've hit a dead end. Not exactly. We know the killing method is slightly different from the previous case, and this time there are no drawings. You're right. We couldn't figure out their meaning back then. Could they be useful this time? Maybe, but it's too early to tell. I can't picture the drawings precisely. Maybe I should ask Kara to help me remember the scene from the past. Whoosh. A mask? Are you serious? Do I look like I'm kidding? I know it sounds crazy, but this ability helped us solve most of the past cases. You know, I have complete faith in you, but we can't... Just in time. Is it the police data on those two? I can't believe it. Maybe you were right. Huh? What did they find? The guests who died in the collapse during the play were Peter and Alice Kingston, the parents of that actress. I knew something was going on. Why would she accept to work for the man who had a hand in the death of her loved ones? Think about her desire for revenge and it doesn't sound that absurd anymore. Wait a moment. Pandora is the killer and none of the previous victims are connected to Jennifer in any way. That's true, but she didn't act alone. You think the other actor, Robert Harrington, could be Pandora? If so, she might have joined forces with him in order to kill the man she hated. If you remember, we have always thought that Pandora had a partner, and it is very likely that he works with a different one each time. This way, he could collect all the information he needed about the victim, increasing his chances of success. This makes no sense. I refuse to believe Pandora is such a well-known man. And the best place to hide something is in plain sight. You should know that. What I know is that you want to take that monster down at all costs, and your obsession is leading you towards the wrong person. You were the one who told us they were suspects. Have you suddenly changed your mind? Leon's got a point, Mordred. Masks and guesses can't be used as evidence. You're heading down a dangerous path, my friend. We should investigate the rehearsal room first. I'm sure we'll be able to figure something out. As you wish, assuming Leon gives us the access key and the police don't arrest us. Fine. I'm sending you the codes through Aqua OS, along with a map to find the room. Otherwise, you get lost. This place is a real maze. You're sending them just like that, without any approval of your superiors. Just chill, I know what I'm doing. Now you're talking. There's a shred of courage behind that uniform after all. Try not to screw things up while I'm gone. Huh, you're not coming with us? No, I must verify something first. Call me if you find something interesting. Okay, please be careful. Don't worry, I don't plan on getting killed in this cesspool. Mordred, you're absolutely sure about the reason why that mask appeared, aren't you? Trust me, okay? Now let's go. So this is the rehearsal room. Luckily, the police didn't touch anything. It seems they haven't collected all the evidence yet. This could be our chance to frame those two. How can you smile in a place like this? I smile because we're getting closer to the truth. Or maybe I'm just going crazy because it's been too long since I smoked. I hope you're right. Plot twist, we're the killer. The glass was violently smashed, and it's easy to guess that the victim was already dead when he was thrown out the window. Huh? Something got stuck here. A piece of multicolored cloth. I wonder where it comes from. From a costume. To be precise, from Jennifer's one. How do you know? Look at that pile of clothes and you'll understand. The only costume with the same color has a tag with Jennifer's name on it. Bingo. Hold on, that doesn't prove anything. Pandora could have worn it or ripped it to frame her. We'll see. You almost sound like you want her arrested at all costs. Why is there so much wax on the ground? This is probably where Pandora disfigured that poor man. Props of various kinds, mostly useless. One of the costumes is a tag that reads Jennifer. What are these drawings? They look like rough sketches made by a kid. Maybe Pandora left these marks on purpose. A sun, a moon, and a hand, with some circles below. What the hell? Those lines within the circle must mean something. It looks like a sort of code. Whatever it is, once again that maniac's making a fool of us all. 3 drawings in wax have been found at the crime scene 6 years ago. They represent a sun, a moon, and a hand. The current representation is a reconstruction made by Mordred Foley. Please use the appropriate option to enlarge the image. What option to enlarge the image? The victim was most likely tied to this chair, given the rope around it. No blood, and no clue on how he carried the victim up here. We're at a dead end. You're wrong. Now I'm sure those two are implicated in this crime. Don't tell me your conclusion is purely based on a piece of cloth and some hypotheses. No, you're forgetting the mask and my bloody detective sense. This is no game, Mordred. If you are wrong, we will get 2 innocent people arrested and executed. Do you realize that? People can't wait to blame someone for what happened. They wouldn't think twice before killing them. That's good for us. Any shred of evidence should be enough to get this over with. You've changed, Mordred, and not for the better. Since we started to investigate these cases, you've become even colder and more cynical. What happened to the man who wished to realize our dream? He's right in front of you, but there's no way to achieve that dream by following the rules. There is no blood, we don't know how he dragged that guy up here, and the clock's ticking. Do you really believe that we're going to find any hard evidence, or that Pandora would suddenly make a mistake and get caught? The truth is, the only way to win this war is by making a deal with the devil, and you know it. Hera, this is the path which leads to glory, and we are so damn close. We're about to arrest the most wanted man in Nova Palemos ever. Nothing else matters now. Maybe you're right. Maybe there's no other way to put an end to this. I intend to. I know what you want to do. No need to tell me. I'll always be by your side no matter what. Although what we're about to do makes me sick. Hera. Go. I'll try to find something that might help us here. Alright. Oh. One thing before I go. Huh? Thank you. Wow, we really just framed those two. For what? Fame? Oh, detective, we meet again. Where's your partner? You mean Robert? Oh, I think he's in our room. Why are you asking? You don't suspect him, do you? The police keep asking to access our room. I hope you don't have anything to do with this. What the? Are you alright? Should I call someone? What the hell? Mordred, what are you doing here? Where's Hera? In the rehearsal room. She asked me to stay because
We must go back to her. Move. I don't... Uh-oh.
Hera, are you alright? Let's stop for now. We've talked long enough about the past. Thank you. You never dealt with a trauma, have you?
Oh, I have a feeling I know what happened. Old man took advantage of her, and then all the more reason to kill them. How could I? That's what triggered those disastrous events that brought us into this mess.
I'm sorry. I've been insensitive.
It doesn't matter. Let's just go ahead with the case.
We could never figure out the meaning of those drawings. Maybe this time they will come in handy.
Maximilian Oath, founder of the island, thinks that his son has been falsely accused. The actors hired by Maximilian talked about resentment towards Terry, the victim, due to some alleged cases of corruption. Many of the island's facilities, built after its foundation, were not compliant to regulation. This caused the column to collapse during a show, which ended up killing 2 residents. Jennifer Kingston is one of the main suspects whose parents were killed in the accident of the collapsed column. Some pieces of her costume have been found next to the window the victim was thrown out. There is no sign of either blood or struggle in the rehearsal room. No one has ever figured out how she managed to bring him there, but there might be a hidden path that nobody has ever found. 3 drawings have been found on the wall, made with wax, sun, moon, and what is supposed to be the victim's handprint. Right under, there were 3 circles with some marks inside. Some clues like the wax drawings can be examined in full screen when used in the inventory. Ah. Nothing.
The atmosphere of this place gives me the creeps.
Oh, look, Daryl, we have guests. Shall I take some coffee? Oh, don't bother, madam. We appreciate your hospitality, though. Well, I'm Mary Hope, and this is my husband, Daryl. Forgive him. He hasn't been much of a talker lately. To what do we owe your visit? Mary Hope, 73 years old. Time erases every virtue. Psychological profile. Mary is a calm and caring woman, God-fearing and respectful of society's rules. She is fond of her husband, and despite her age, she is very rational and insightful. Biography. Hope once was corporate manager of one of the biggest food companies in Nova Palemos, which she was forced to shut down after a scandal involving some pathogens found in the products in 2045. After being dismissed, she had to live off her husband and eventually moved to the island a few years later. Daryl Hope, 74 years old. The glory of awakening makes up for the fall. Psychological profile. Daryl is incredibly calm and caring, and despite being married for more than 50 years, he loves his wife unconditionally. Biography. Former professor at Nova Palemos University, Daryl became famous thanks to his studies about shaping society through contemporary art. He got married when he was 19. The couple has never been able to have a baby. Due to some mental and physical problems, they recently have been transferred to the island.
My name is Mordred and this is Hera. We are private detectives currently working in the Pandora case.
Nice to meet you, madam. The pleasure is mine.
Sorry to bother you, but we'd like to ask you something about Andrew Jonas.
Andrew? Alright, but please be gentle with my poor Daryl.
Don't worry, madam. We'll do our best to respect both of you.
Oh, that poor thing. What happened to him is really awful. After his death, my dear Daryl has almost stopped speaking. He's broken and he seems lost in his own world. Were they close? Andrew really looked up to my husband. He considered him a role model for his artistic achievements.
That's why Maximilian told me to come here.
Did you know Andrew was an emerging artist? He used to show all his works to Daryl. He was the only joy we had. I'm so sorry for your loss. May his soul finally find peace in the afterlife.
Did he have enemies that you know of? Or perhaps, did he ever mention something looking like Pandora? Talking about his revenge now would drive them crazy.
Oh, not at all. He had some disagreements with his employers. He was complaining about salary and he got a bit harassed at work. But he was not the kind of person who would end up doing something silly like youngsters these days. Isn't that so, dear?
So, our friend worked as a technician in the theater, but he also had a talent for painting.
How long have you been living on the island? More than 7 years. We both failed the Patterson test and they forced us to come here.
So you were already here when the previous murder took place?
Unfortunately, yes.
Now that I think about it, this man has a familiar face, but I can't recall where I could have met him.
So you experienced firsthand the radical change carried out by Maximilian Oath as well.
Speaking of him, are you aware of anyone that could have a reason to hold a grudge against him?
Why do you ask?
Because we're dealing with the same killer from 6 years ago, and I'm sure that Mr. Oath's recent behavior is connected to Andrew's death.
Well, no, absolutely. Everyone respects the director here. He's the one that allows us to live peacefully after all. And I don't know what change you're talking about. They installed some cameras, that's all. The tragedy has changed him, but who wouldn't suffer after the loss of their own child?
The mask. Is she afraid of speaking openly to us? Is Maximilian threatening them, or is there something more?
Alright, I think we bothered you long enough. Thank you. I'm sure your contribution will be very useful to the investigation. You're welcome. No problem at all.
Maximilian sent us here because he knew they had something to do with the murder, and the mask proves it. No, Mordred! I don't have any real evidence to expose her right now, but she definitely has something to hide. As usual, the situation is getting worse by the second.
Don't go any further.
Don't go any further, son. Only those who deserve to spend their life in darkness may enter the room. The fox. The fox eats her cub only to survive, not out of selfishness.
Oh, don't mind him. My poor husband happens to rave sometimes. Nothing to worry about.
All right, madam. We'll come by again in case we need your help.
Oh, sure. Good luck, detectives.
Damn.
Are we lost again?
I hate this place more and more.
Or maybe a greater power decided to bring you to me. Excuse me?
Ignore him. Let's go.
No, stop! I'm the one you're looking for, I'm sure about that. I doubt you can help us, sir. We're here to investigate. The dreadful Pandora, right? I know him. I have been fighting him for so many years. My name is Jimmy Thompson, and I am the greatest nemesis of that petty thief.
70 years old, Jimmy Thompson. A loud lie always becomes a half-truth. Psychological profile. The patient was interned in the island not only because he failed the Patterson test, but also because of a behavior linked to an undiagnosed degenerative mental disorder. Doctors did not investigate further since the subject is not considered dangerous to himself or society. Biography. Jimmy was born in District 4 of Nova Palemos, and he had an ordinary childhood, only marked by some accusations of brawling in public. After attending mandatory school, he carried on his father's activity, bankrupting it after a few years of bad management. This drove him mad, slowly drowning into depression and mental illness. You're obscuring our investigation. Piss off now or I'll call the police. Or you can have a taste of my fist, which I do not recommend. What? Calm down, Mordred. This man doesn't mean any harm.
Are you kidding? I am your messiah, your savior. After all, I was the victim's best friend.
What? Really?
Absolutely. And I have vital information on the Pandora case from 6 years ago. I know it all, my friends.
You seem very well informed.
I'm the only one and only reliable source of information in Nova Palemos, madam.
I can't see any mask. How is that possible? This man must be lying, or he totally believes himself. Alright then, if you have a couple of minutes to spare, we would like to ask you some questions.
I'm glad to be contributing to justice.
I have a feeling this is not going to end well. You said you were good friends of the victim. What can you tell us about him?
Okay, well, Stuart and I were very close.
That's not his name.
I said Stuart. I meant Ferdinand.
If this is a joke, it's not funny.
I could never joke about the poor soul of my friend.
Maybe we should change the subject. Tell us about Pandora then. You said you've been fighting him for years, didn't you?
Sources that I won't mention claim that Pandora is a member of a widespread cult whose goal is to overthrow the government of Nova Palemos.
That's what he suspected as well. How long will you keep on talking rubbish?
I'm dead serious. The leaders are superior beings with hidden limbs and an integrated radar system on their brains.
Okay, that's a bit much. Oh, very interesting. Thank you. You said enough. I hate wasting my time like this. Damn it. But I think he's right on the money. Pandora and his cult are actually trying to overthrow the government. Do you know who else could have helped us with... Who could... Do you know anyone else who could help us with Pandora and the murder? I'm afraid I already know the answer.
Yes, absolutely. The Masters are our enemies. They are trying to eradicate the good from this place.
Huh? And how exactly? Don't you know?
Yet the island's evil rules are quite clear on this. Those affected by serious illness or highly debilitated must be looked after by their partner.
Oh, that's terrible.
What's even worse is that if neither of them is able to work, they will be booted out of the island, and they will rot to death since their properties were confiscated.
Are the institutions supporting this practice? How comes no one ever noticed?
They did notice, but no one really cares. Those people have no family, nor someone who loves them.
This information might come in handy after all. Maybe I'll use it for leverage on some guests. Yeah, thank you for your great help. Now we have to go. Judy calls.
Sure, no problem. I'm always here in this corridor if you need me again. This is where I fight my battles for equality, defending my honor as a warrior. Goodbye, my brave detectives.
What a weirdo. Bunch of lies, yet no mask. This can't be happening again. This place is... Don't worry, Hera. I understand if you're not ready to be here. No, I'm fine. What's wrong, miss? Is this room making you uncomfortable? Huh? No. No, actually, I was hoping to see some paintings. Oh, so you already know the purpose of the dark room? Yes, we've already been here a long time ago, although things have changed a lot since then. Actually, I know exactly who you are and what your intentions are. You're kind of a legend around here, you know? I wasn't here at that time, but old people don't have many conversation topics, and they always end up talking about what happened 6 years ago. In fact, I'm so sorry for what happened to you, young lady. No one should experience something like that. Don't worry, it's all in the past now. Rather, I must ask you something important. We have been told that someone working in the dark room was very close to the victim. Were they referring to you by chance? Sadly, yes. I'm Lee Graves, curator of this beautiful room and all the artworks on the island. Where are the paintings? All I see is monitors. The paintings are usually displayed on those monitors, but I temporarily had to turn them off. I see. So, you said you were a close friend of the victim. Do you think you can help us catch the killer? Sure, ask me anything. Lee Graves, 38 years old. Art is the feather, blood is the ink. Psychological profile. Lee has an explosive and creative personality. Despite some obsessive-compulsive behaviors towards his art, he is generally composed and measured, and is considered an eccentric and brilliant man. Biography. After being accepted into Nova Palemos' art school, thanks to a scholarship, Graves got noticed for his dynamic and original style. After completing his artistic education, he set up multiple installations and organized several exhibitions within Nova Palemos, including one on the island in District 6. You said that the dark room has changed a lot compared to 6 years ago. What did you mean? When I became curator, I had interactive columns installed to display the paintings of the whole exhibition. The paintings rotate every 15 minutes, best representing the fickleness of mind, life, and art in general. Oh, it sounds amazing. This way it's always a surprise for visitors. Exactly. Unlike your partner, you look like an extremely sensitive and charming person. Excuse me? Oh, thank you. Unfortunately, due to that terrible incident, I had to switch them off and stop the clocks in the room. Whoa, 11:10. 10:10. No, that's... Yeah, 11:10. Let me ask you, do the artworks have a common theme? We generally let our guests choose the themes so that they can fully express how they really feel. In addition to this, there are some works of mine as well as those of a few external collaborators. You'll told us enough about that, thank you. Could you focus on the victim and your relationship with him? Andrew was a very smart and a gifted painter too. He worked here as a technician, but I always told him he was wasting his talent. Besides, the theater company treated him like a slave, just like they do with anyone playing a minor role. We spent a lot of time together when he was not working. He was the only person with a soul around here. His works speak for themselves. Oh, really? And where can I see his paintings? They're not available at the moment, but as soon as this case is over, I'll dedicate an entire exhibition to him and I'll make sure to invite you. So you will be able to see firsthand the wondrous artworks of that little angel. Lee seems to be very fond of Andrew. Is there something more than a simple friendship between them? Thank you for your time. You've been very kind and helpful. It's the least I can do. No one wants to avenge the death of my dear friend more than me. I wish it could be more useful. It's fine, really. You've done a lot for us. Alright. I'll get back to work before the police come here and wreck the entire room. Interactive paintings which rotate periodically. What kind of nonsense is this? So much technology for a bunch of old geezers. Mordred, stop it. He might hear you. Travel not available. Huh, where do we go now? What's your journal say? Interrogate the residents of the island. Ah, okay, I can go back to... Go back to the residents. BRB can use the bathroom. And we're back interrogating the residents. This might be an uncomfortable question, but I need to know the truth. Oh, please ask away. We came to know what it's like for people with diseases or a handicap here on the island. And I guess this is affecting you as well. Mordred, what's wrong with you? That's not appropriate to say. No, the detective is right. My husband's conditions are critical and will be forced to leave soon. Sadly, I can't work and take care of him at the same time, so I'm afraid we'll end up wandering the streets. I just hope someone gives us hospitality once we lose everything. I really would like to help you, madam. I appreciate your concern, darling. This has nothing to do with Andrew's murder, hasn't it? Huh? No. Why are you asking this? Because I have the feeling that your situation might be the cause of the victim's hatred against the managers of the island. But something went wrong and he was killed before being able to have his revenge. What? That's not true. Andrew knew nothing about this. He was simply trying to help us. Mordred, stop. You're crossing the line. A mask, just as I thought. At least now we know where to start. I'm sorry, madam. I didn't mean to upset you. Well, it's a little too late for that. They're looking for us in the waiting room. Any news from Leon? I don't want to spoil the surprise. Just one thing before we go, Mordred. Huh? Your behavior with those old people was obnoxious to say the least. You knew about their situation and you humiliated them anyway. I only did it to see whether they were lying or not. And as it happens, a mask actually did pop up on that woman's face. There were more noble and appropriate ways to lead the interrogation, and you know it. Or maybe you suspect them. A man in a wheelchair and a woman who's barely able to walk. Are they the real danger? Hera. The end justifies the means. Agree with her. You're right, I went too far. I'll try and be gentle next time. You've been saying that for years, and yet you act like everyone's your puppet. These people are forced to live in a maze made of nothing but delusions and fear of being totally forgotten. The least you can do is give them the respect they deserve. Alright, I promise. I appreciate that. Just try to keep your word. Hera is right, but kindness will never lead us to Pandora. One more promise that I'm probably going to break. I hope she doesn't hate me once this case is over. This is our last chance for redemption. Hopefully she understands that I'm doing everything in the name of truth. Forgive me if you can, Hera. Just as I thought, you're drawn to trouble like moths to a flame. You show up wherever Pandora makes an appearance. Unbelievable. Freya, how are you? Are you in charge of the case? I've been better. This story of Hephaestus' tech is a complete mess and it's killing me. And yes, they assigned me here, but I also needed to speak to you quite urgently. Really? You're not warming to us, are you? I'd rather work my entire life in the archive than spend another day with you. Such a sweetheart. How can you keep bickering in a situation like this and after all we've been through? Right, enough with this jokes and small talk. We have to discuss serious matters which are possibly connected to the murder. You mean you're going to help us investigate? What do you take me for, sir? I'm a police officer. I don't work with private detectives. Great. Time to strengthen our relationship with the armed wing of the police. How much do you know about Baker's situation? He's rotting in jail, where he belongs. He must be planning something though. As you said, he won't stay quiet after what happened. Actually, we suspect he's the mastermind behind the bomb at their headquarters. What? Why would he destroy his own headquarters and kill his allies? Because they are martyrs now. The good thing is, at the time of the explosion, only a few were in the building. After the attack, their supporters organized riots which resulted in violent acts. Passing off the attack as part of conspiracy orchestrated by those involved with the same electoral fraud that the Black Bands have reported brought hell down on us. Many people are supporting them, and they are demanding new elections. The party claims they have nothing to do with the riots, but I'm sure they're actually coordinating them. More than 40 people got seriously injured, and 2 were killed a week ago. One of them was a homeless man, beaten to death. What? How come nobody's talking about it? Because something like that may cause a panic and worsen the situation. Anyway, enough damage has been done and there's no going back. Also, I'm afraid Baker will exploit the riots to harm those who have wronged him without getting blamed. Political opponents, reporters, unemployed people, and you. What's worst is, If violence increases any further, it'll be impossible to know whether we're dealing with them or with isolated groups. How does Baker have so much power, even from behind bars? You'd be surprised how easy it is to have access to a mobile phone when half of the police force supports you, and money does the rest. What are we supposed to do then? Hide until things settle down, or leave. Otherwise, I won't be able to ensure your safety. You're right, but first, we must put an end to Pandora's murders. You'd rather chase a ghost than save your own lives. I wouldn't want to live knowing that we did nothing to stop him. I'd rather just die. Don't worry. If we catch him, we'll become famous and untouchable. Do you realize you'll become an even easier target for him? I'm ready to take that risk. And here I was, hoping I could talk some sense into you. I'd like to go back over the Smith brothers and Hephaestus case if you don't mind. Huh? Any updates? As you know, we have been looking everywhere for Dean and Thalia to take their statements, but we couldn't find them. Good, they got away in time. However, 10 days ago, a police squad found the body in the sea near the entrance of the city walls. Huh? Don't tell me. It was Dean Smith. Huh. No. Who could have done that? As far as we know, Thalia could be responsible for that, but there's something that doesn't add up. His neck was snapped with extraordinary strength, so I think we can rule her out as the killer. When we asked Eugene for some explanation, he just burst out laughing as if he was pleased by the news. We're flailing around in the dark. Do you think you can help, Mordred? Thalia has the strength to do something like that. She's a damn android. But I never exposed her and now she's gone after killing what is supposed to be her protector. Eugene didn't say a word, so I'm the only one that knows anything. If I exposed her, I would be under investigation and Hera would know I lied to her. But if I don't, I'd let a crazy living machine with every piece of information about this country go on the loose. If someone discovers her identity, a huge scandal might break out. What should I do? So, Mordred, do you know anything about this? Tell the truth about the androids. More than you think. I know I'm asking for I know I'm probably asking too much, but please don't tell anyone where you got this information. Hera, forgive me for not telling you sooner. Thalia is an android created by the professor that contains every piece of information stored in Aqua OS. And you kept this to yourself? And how did you get to know it? Because I'm the one who let them go. After stopping Eugene from destroying Aqua OS. Are you aware of the consequences of what you did? Yes, but I never thought that she would kill what was supposed to be her new boyfriend. And we shouldn't assume she's the one that killed him anyway. You must find her at all costs, or the private information of Nova Palemos is going to spread around the world. Something like that might even cause a war. You do know that, right? Not sure how to put this whole story to my superiors, but I'll try not to involve you. Consider my debt to you paid in full. Fine, if I can help in any way. No, you've done enough damage. Just keep investigating the current murder. Why did you hide this from me, Mordred? Don't you trust me either? No, the thing is, it doesn't matter. Freya is right. It's not our business anymore. But I cannot help but feel you've let me down, even if you had good intentions. Alright. Let's forget about it for now and continue from where we left off. I prefer not to remember, but it's time for you to know the truth. What are you talking about? The glove that you found at Treasury Park. Although your colleague screwed me over and reported me for withholding evidence, I appreciated his honesty. Also, the situation drastically changed after you saved me, so I think there's no longer a point in fighting each other. I think you should know the real problem with that piece of evidence. Is the glove that important? It is. It took me months, but I finally realized how things went down. It was omitted from the report because someone in the police made it disappear in order to frame Baker. Then it suddenly reappeared just when you two showed up. Kind of weird, isn't it? What about the police? Did they notice anything? I suspect the whole Treasury Park thing is a farce, orchestrated by someone, and as far as I know, it could be your friend, the lawyer. Could it be part of the plan he was talking about? Is David pulling the strings to lead us where he wants? He could have done it to help his client, but why ask us then? I still don't know why, but I'm sure he did all he could to turn you against me. This is why I would warn against having any contact with him, at least until I learn something more about him. Fine, we'll be careful. She has a point, but there's another possibility. Maybe Freya's the one who is turning us against David because she's afraid of getting too involved. Maybe she hid the glove, and now she's afraid of being exposed and losing her credibility. Or are they both hiding something? I need to figure out where the truth lies. Well, that's all I had to say. The consequences of our past actions are getting heavier. Things are beginning to get on top of me. And now it's even harder to tell friends from enemies. That's precisely the reason why I wanted to speak to you. Mind your step. I may not be there to protect you. Don't trust too much those who are even remotely involved in the case, or else you'll get yourself killed. Do I look like a philanthropist that would let his guard down to anyone? I was being ironic, of course. Sure. The thing is, you two are like a walking tornado, sucking the wrong people in. That being said, I can't tell you about the case, but I won't refuse to answer direct questions. I cannot compromise my professional integrity, you know? Thank you, Freya. Alright, how about showing her some of the evidence we found? Good idea. Unlike 6 years ago, the victim has some cuts on his arm. What do you think about it? Easy. He instinctively raised the arms to protect his face when the killer pushed him against the window. Only one arm is wounded though, and we already know that he was blinded by wax. The wax had to be poured when Pandora and the victim were face to face though. Yes. And unless he has been drugged, it would have been impossible to pour the wax, turn him around, and push him out of the window without any reaction. And we know there are his fingerprints on the column suggesting that he actually reacted. That's right. No trace of narcotics or similar stuff in his body. Such a tangled situation. Maybe you should try a less linear thinking approach. Please, Freya, explain yourself. I'd rather let you work it out for yourselves, and soon you'll see why. What can you tell us about the burned thumbs of the victim and the jars we found in that room? Oh, you managed to get in. I guess you took advantage of your friend's influence. Last time we spoke, he wanted to kill you. Imagine that. Wasn't it the same for you? Touché. Maybe that's why nobody ever collected that evidence. It turns out we have guardian angels in heaven. And apparently the report you stole from me says that the only fingerprints on the jars belong to the victim. What? It can't be. Pandora was probably wearing gloves, so he didn't leave any fingerprints. If anything, now we know that Andrew tried to fight back. Still, the wax has been poured onto his face only, right where Pandora wanted it. How's that possible? Harris is right. At least it's one step forward.
Both the victim's thumbs are covered in wax and are severely burned, just like his face. Several fingerprints of the victim were found on the container used to disfigure him. Nothing burns like... I don't... What's happening? Why are you showing me a shoe? Because the shoe allowed us to understand who the victim was and what he was doing here. I'm impressed, I must say. So you managed to profile him despite his Aqua OS personal file being protected. We're just good at our job. Let me guess. You want me to give you access to all the footage from the island. Actually, it would be pretty useless since the cameras are monitoring only areas unrelated to the murder. You might be able to see who damaged the statue though. I don't think that happened recently and I highly doubt that it's related to the case anyway. I'm afraid you're right. Still, those cameras are really important. Why so? This place is huge, complicated and with maze-like spaces. Only someone with deep knowledge of the area would know where the cameras are not installed. Damn, that's true. Maybe we should consider this option. People got tired of being exploited and decided to riot. What's wrong with that? Some of these people who were exploited had a deep relationship with the victim. So, you think the situation fueled his desire for revenge? Whatever the reason, these people are crucial to understanding the reason behind what happened. That explains why you got here before I arrived. Why does it read 9:30 p.m.? The victim was dead much earlier. We don't know yet. But we assume that something went wrong and Pandora had to act sooner than planned. But nevertheless, he left no trace or flaw of any kind, not to mention that we have no witnesses. The curfew on the island is at 8:30 p.m., isn't it? Maybe that's the reason. Regardless, I'm sure the key to solving the case is in the note, and in what forced our dear Pandora to act quickly. Well, at this point, you should be able to understand the dynamics of the case. Let's say that we can make assumptions now. I think we should speak again to... Oh no! Screams! What the... It came from inside the building. Let's move. No, you stay here. Leave it to the officers. I'll make sure to let you in when they are done. Come on, Hera. Yeah, let's go. You'll be arrested for interfering with the police. Do you realize that? So stubborn. Oh my god. That is Mr. Hope. How the hell did he manage to kill him in the middle of a corridor? He resorted to murder a crippled man like him. What a monster. We don't even know who killed him. Probably the wife. No wounds or any sign of struggle. No visible effects of poisoning either. So what's the cause of death here? And why did the killer drag him here in plain sight? This place is covered in security cameras. I don't know, and I'm afraid we don't have time to find either. The police are coming. Let's move. A letter. It's addressed to... A letter? It's addressed to us. Is this some kind of sick joke? Is that bastard addressing us directly now? Letter from Pandora.
Infant hieroglyphs painted in the canvas of life. Death hits the shell, yet does no harm to the soul of the artwork.
That's in the theater.
An insane game which stems from an unappreciated mind and flows through the decades. The code of the sun is in the hands of the shameless lover, ruled by a fate that dragged her down to the mediocrity of the abyss. The code of the moon lies in the displaced thoughts of the father, victim and perpetrator of a sick game. The hand, the wicked symbol of humanity, is hidden in the lost memories of cursed days, where blood-flavored confetti are slowly drowning.
What the? Another puzzle? Pandora risks getting caught on camera only to drag the body here and deliver the letter? I'm getting tired of these stupid games. How much longer will that sadistic rat waste our time? Go watch the perimeter, now. And make sure you get all the footage from the surveillance cameras in the area. Yes, sir! What are you doing here? Do you want to get arrested instead of that monster? We just took the opportunity and... Come with me now. But... Don't answer back, that's an order. And give me that letter already, or you'll spend the rest of your life in jail. It's addressed to us. You would still have... a letter. I won't say it again. Do as he says, Mordred. Is that all? What did you expect? Proof of our guilt? Don't be stupid. I just had to make sure that you're not the next victims. Pandora never planned on killing us. He actually seems to be enjoying the chase. Please, this is not about rivalry in a superhero comic. This is real life, Hera, and a killer is taking an increasing interest in you. Some might say that you're in league with him or that you have something to hide. Excuse me? Some colleagues of mine are starting to think that you are misleading the investigation to prevent Pandora from being arrested. Are you sure that's coming from one of your colleagues? Don't be silly. I asked you to come here. And that's what makes me think you agree with them. How long are you going to fight each other? Doesn't matter what I think. I just want to understand the meaning of this damn letter right now. I can't say for sure, but I have the feeling that it has something to do with what happened 6 years ago. What made you come up with that? These elements he's referring to, I've seen them before, and this is the proof. Those stupid drawings we found years ago are connected to the letter. Exactly. I'm confident that the codes he's talking about have something to do with people on this island. I agree, but what are they supposed to mean? And what's their purpose? Probably they will lead us to the place where you were locked up, which was never found. That place again? While revisiting the past, we stopped right before that to spare you the... Wait, is he helping us then? I don't know. It might be a trap. But I think it's worth following this lead. Anyway, killing Hope was pretty masochistic and it could jeopardize Pandora's entire plan. As far as we know, it could be a trick to mislead us into following a different path. And let's not forget about those symbols under the drawings, which are probably connected to these codes. We'll have more answers when I get access to the security footage. Which you'll be kind enough to show us, right? Don't push it, Mordred. We're all hanging by a thread, don't forget it. Do you really think that we're going to solve this mess by being cautious and following your stupid protocol? You're never going to arrest him without us, so stop lecturing us. We haven't even solved the first murder, and now another victim popped up. At this rate, we might lose track of the case very soon. I think this is a good moment for taking stock. Let's take this whole thing from the top. Alright, but let's make it quick. Okay, why don't we compare the two crime scenes for a start? Sounds good. The victim was murdered at 8:30 p.m., an hour earlier than the homicide from 6 years ago. Although the message that Leon gave us stated it would happen at 9:30 p.m. We can assume that something changed Medora's plan and he was forced to act sooner than expected. But we still don't know why. The only thing I know is that I'm going crazy. It is forbidden to smoke in this freaking place and I'm getting terribly nervous. Oh, big deal. Shall we return to the main topic, please? Fine. So, in the previous scene, the victim had his throat cut, glass shards in his shoulder, and he fell into the pond. And let's not forget about the wings, invoking the myth of Icarus. Well, this time, only the victim's arm was wounded by glass, and falling to the ground, he hit the plaque by the pond. At both times, Pandora poured wax over the victim's face, but we still need to figure out how he did it. I'm starting to kind of get the picture. You go ahead. Aren't you going to share it with us? As you wish. Anyway, one difference is that there are cameras everywhere now, even if they are placed in specific areas only. Pandora probably knew all of them, and that's why he killed in the rehearsal room, which had none. In addition, we have no idea how he managed to bring his victims there, but I guess there's some hidden passage nearby, and this letter might help us find it. So we just need to crack the code, find the room, and stop that psycho once and for all. Alright, keep questioning the suspects, maybe you'll find out more. I'm going to get the surveillance footage and prevent anyone from arresting you two in the meantime. Aw, what would we do without you? If I wasn't on duty, I'd smash your face in. We're dealing with the most difficult case of our lives and you just fight all the time. You know what? I'm starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. What do you mean? I am lost. Let's visit a dark room and talk to our friends on the island. You'll see. One last thing. I know it's painful for you to relive that day, but as you may have guessed, I know. The third code is referring to what happened to me in that room. Alright, let's go back to the past one more time. Are you sure you can handle the stress? I don't see another option. Uh-oh. This is probably gonna get really bad. Yep, it's gonna be gross. Oh, my little beautiful goddess. How I wish I could help you ascend to the eternity you deserve. But the source of evil is yet to be born, and I have great plans for my little forbidden fruit. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Thank you for the self-care package, Zen. We'll need it. The clock is ticking with the desires of our mortals for fading away, and yet you, the Old Mother, remain intact and pure. I cannot help but hate you for this. I don't know who's talking here. With every single fiber of my being. How I wish I could desecrate your temple, spilling guts all over the floor, destroying your statue, strangling your disciples in their sleep, and drinking your divine nectar. And this would give me so much joy. Yet today I'm here to give you a gift, a tribute to a greater power. Cherish it, and one day we shall meet again. Stop yelling, or I'm going to kill you for real this time. 1 minute you're like a ghost, the next you're going berserk. What the hell is wrong with you? Keep me out of that fucking room, and Pandora will be the last of your problems, I swear. I already told you she's still in shock, but she's fine. Fine. You just said that they found her shaking and unable to talk in that creepy room. Keep your voice down, detective. This is your last warning. At least tell me how the hell Pandora or whoever kidnapped her was able to take her from the rehearsal room to the dark room without anyone seeing them. If I'm not letting you in, it's because we're trying to figure it out. Besides, I doubt she wants to speak to you right now. Alright, I'm done playing these stupid games. We need to close the case, now.
I will lost your mind. How are you even going to do that?
Shut up and hear me out. I've got a plan, but I need you.
Well, now I'm curious to know what you're up to.
Have you gone completely mad?
Do you realize what you're asking me to do?
Do you have a better idea? Or would you rather spend the rest of your life chasing ghosts?
Fine, let's do it your way. But know that if things go wrong, it's all your fault.
I'm ready to face the consequences. Bring me those two. I'll buy as much time as I can.
I hope you know what you're doing, or we're dead.
Believe me, I hope so too.
Here we are, detective. Right where that nice cop forced us to come. You seem to have a considerable influence on the police department. It would be nice to tell some journalist and...
Believe me, we won't have time to tell anyone.
Oh, was that a threat? I was even thinking to ask you if you were feeling better than the last time we met.
I wonder what happened to you all of a sudden. Are you maybe feeling guilty over grilling a poor, innocent woman?
Probably our friend can't handle the pressure and he fell apart. It takes courage to accuse someone without any kind of evidence, especially when it's about celebrities like us.
That goddamn mask again, but why now? And why on her face only? Actually, I've got enough evidence.
Do you mind showing us?
A piece of cloth from your colleague's costume was found in the rehearsal room, not to mention her desire for revenge towards Maximilian, which is a clear motive. You can stop pretending now.
My parents. Are you really going to use a tragedy like that to your advantage? And what is a piece of cloth supposed to prove? Anyone could have used that costume to frame her.
No way. The mask disappeared. What the hell is going on?
You're a monster, detective. Do you have any idea how much I suffered for what happened? The reason I'm here is to commemorate my parents and to make sure that something like that will never happen again. The thought of Jennifer being Pandora is just hilarious. Or maybe you suspect me.
I can't even reply. What's wrong with me?
What's the matter, detective? Cat got your tongue.
Are you feeling guilty about what you said now?
Or maybe you're just sad because your colleague is not here.
Speaking of, did something happen to her? I can't breathe. Hera.
What the? Hands up! Don't move, you're under arrest. Call it in. We got them. You collapsed in front of your enemies right before they got arrested. That wasn't great, to be honest. But at least you recovered quickly. You're getting old, my friend.
I might be old, but if it wasn't for my idea, we would have never got them.
You took advantage of me being a policeman to enter their room and place false evidence you collected at another crime scene. Great idea, indeed.
What matters is the result, isn't it? In less than 5 minutes, the entire police force was on them.
The evidence you gave me has never been registered by the police or anyone else, so it's obvious that you've been hiding them since the beginning.
As I told you many times, both the police and the government wanted a scapegoat to blame for Pandora's crimes. A single hair would have been enough to frame someone. This city is made of appearances, and Pandora was destroying its credibility on multiple levels.
Why didn't you talk to Hera or me?
To deceive foes, first deceive friends, as they say. That stupid grin on your face is getting on my nerves. It's like you can't even think of the consequences of what you've done. Do you realize the hell we just got ourselves into? We made the right choice. You have nothing to worry about. The way you lie with a straight face is just scary. I'm just getting used to the spotlight. We're famous now, my friend. We just sentenced two to death. Two possibly innocent people, and all you can think about is fame. I'd give anything for that poker face of yours right now. Pandora won't show up again, since no one will ever go after him. And I'm good with that. Really. Was this your plan since the very beginning? Maybe. The lesser of two evils. I see. We won. That's all that matters. If you say so. This logic is so weird. I better go now. Hera is about to get released, and I guess you two have a lot to discuss. Oh, there she is. Say hello, Maud. Hera? What have they done to you? I never had the courage to ask her what really happened, and I still don't know the reason behind those masks and my sudden fainting. The only thing I knew was that there was no turning back. Hera, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have... No, don't worry. Now I remember his message, so it is worth it. Alright, as you wish. Delightful torments. The shield of shame reflects on the sword, brandished by the hero with a prominent helm. In the middle, one of the sisters observes the scene, refusing to shed undue tears. First code and second code. Ugh. Just think of the dark room gives flashbacks to Life is Strange. Please, Mordred, try to be nice this time. I don't think I'll need to. Oh, welcome back, my dears. What brings you here again? Is Mary smiling? You know why we're here, madam. Be quick to answer my questions and we'll leave you to your morning. Daryl is finally free from his prison. I have no reason to mourn. We got the surveillance footage. You mean the recording from the room where Daryl was found dead? What did they find? They just confirmed the worst case scenario. Madam, was your husband involved in the murder of Andrew Johannes? Absolutely not. My husband loved him. He was like a son to us. And you know what his physical condition was. How could he possibly have been able to do something like that? Here we go. This is the most important interrogation of my whole life. I can't afford to fail. I don't think we have enough. So the secret entrance is something to do with the clocks. And the code is in the past. Now that we're back here, Would you care to explain what's been on your mind? Remember those weird drawings in the rehearsal room we found back then? Of course. I could never forget them. A sun, a moon, and a hand. The same ones that Pandora mentioned in his letter. Not only that, there were 3 circles on the floor. They're starting to make sense now. If you say so. Maybe we should change the clocks. Lee said that paintings are rotating every 50 minutes or so. You're right, it's worth a try. We should search the evidence to find out the right time to set. Maybe something related to 6 years ago. Well, yeah. How do we set the time? Okay, let's try to set the clocks at every single column from left to right. Let's start with the first clock on the left. Oh, seriously? I have to memorize it? I can't, like, refer to it? Okay, now the middle one. What was it? $12, $10. Which is the shorthand? $11? Okay, moon is 10. Sun 12, moon 10, hand 11. However, there's a certain order to it. The shield of shame reflects on the sword, brandished by the hero with a prominent helm. In the middle, one of the sisters observes the scene, refusing to shed undue tears. Maybe that's for later. That's correct. Oh shit. That's scary. Bingo. Wait, these paintings are... Pandora described them in his letter. I bet they're the key to enter the hidden room somehow. If I remember correctly, the exhibition curator claimed that the paintings in the columns were interactive. Should we inspect them? Yeah, but I think we need a precise sequence. We must crack the code in order to find it. We'll just start from that, then we'll figure it out. Alright, but it's so weird those paintings have the same schedule we found years ago in the rehearsal room. And Pandora had no reason to help us track down his hideout. Whatever the reason, Lee is obviously involved in this mess since he's the one to set the painting's timetable for the exhibition. But let's not speculate too much for the moment. Hard to talk about speculation when dealing with such an absurd case. It is getting quite absurd. Middle sister. Shield of shame reflects on the sword, banished by the hero with a prominent helm. In the middle, one of the 2 sisters observed the scene. What's this? Just a painting. It's quite useless for now. Well, are we supposed to use something in inventory? Can we click and drag? We found the second code. What was the second code? And we can't change the time. Can't change it either. Oh. You again. You don't want to blame me for the death of that damn old man, do you? Not directly. We found this letter on the body of the latest victim. Any idea what it could mean? Stupid riddles. Just what I needed. No, these words make no sense. It must be a trick. He's giving you false information to mislead you. I doubt Pandora would be stupid enough to help you, especially knowing that you'd sell your soul to stop him. As I thought, Maximilian has one of the 3 codes. Let's figure out which one. Alright, it's the people. Fine, if you're not willing to cooperate with us, we're going to squeeze the truth out of you. Have you already skipped the part where you threatened me? I know nothing, I told you. Sometimes I think you enjoy seeing people lose their temper because of your abrasiveness. Scold me as much as you like. You know that it always works. Almost always. I'm tired of your games. I'm calling the police. We're close to figuring out who killed your son, and we are the only ones able to solve the case. Do you really want to live with the pain of your son's death for the rest of your life, knowing that you could have avenged him but didn't? Fine, but let's make it quick. What do you want to know? First of all, I need all details about what happened after the column collapsed in the theater. Are you going to bring my son back into this? Just answer my question, please. I'll have to step in while he's talking to force him to reveal the code. It's the only way to solve it. After the collapse, everyone pointed the finger at my son, so we had to increase surveillance despite all the petitions. What do you mean? Public opinion? The police?
No, he was assaulted by the island's residents first. They threw bottles, rocks, and other objects through the window as a protest against him. Someone convinced them that he had stolen the money for the contracts and built non-compliant areas. And that's not true. I mean, what is the cause of the collapse then? Incompetence of the construction company, what else? Someone even physically assaulted him, but they were old, so they couldn't harm him. This place is falling to pieces and is not equipped to deal with older people, and yet he's still trying to deny the obvious. Okay, enough with this topic. Can we get back to the beginning? As you wish. So you increased the security measures before the murder? It was being discussed, but we never got around to it because of those stupid petitions. Good luck with webinar, Vanua. Thank you for the alert. It was being discussed, but we never got around to it because of those stupid petitions. Maybe I should ask more about this. The radical changes came after, but obviously the government required immediate action, which didn't work out as expected. Because Pandora struck before they could be implemented. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. Petitions. What did you mean? Someone refused to increase surveillance because it would ruin the harmony of the structure. He was against the installation of cameras. That's why many areas are not monitored. It would spoil the look of the artistic environment as well as invade our privacy. It's not acceptable. Such an idiot. Huh? What are we talking about? Who submitted the petitions? The former curator of the darkroom. I gave him that job to keep him quiet, but it just made things worse. We never met him, not even 6 years ago. What's his name? I'm sorry, I can't remember. Oh, really? I got the feeling that you do remember it. The former curator of the darkroom, someone that both Lee and Andrew admired. It's quite obvious now. The person who's in charge of the darkroom is... Jimmy, right? What about this person? Is this some kind of trick to deceive me? Someone both that Lee and Andrew admired. Was it Daryl? The latest victim of this infernal maze, Daryl Hope. Unbelievable. Still, I don't get why Pandora killed him. Because that lunatic kept ranting despite being a vegetable, that's why. What? Soon after my son's death, his condition rapidly worsened, and yet he was doing his best to delay the safety improvements. So I had to replace him, further ruining my reputation and turning myself into a monster in the eyes of the residents. If it wasn't for him and his nonsense, now we would have cameras everywhere and my son would still be alive. What does your son have to do with Daryl? Oh, nothing. Forget about it. It's too late for that. Spit it out. What is their relationship? My son was doing all he could to clear his name, and knowing about Daryl's good reputation in the island, he decided to ask him for help. What did you mean? Did he have so much influence in the city? No, only the island. We managed to stop the scandal, at least superficially. If we hadn't handled the matter with the residents quickly, everything would have collapsed beyond repair. Were you that worried? Covering up a riot should be easier than hiding the death of 2 people. Power is based on appearances, Mr. Foley. If we showed the ship was sinking, the rats of the government would run away. The captain is supposed to go down with the ship, and I couldn't let that happen. They reached an agreement, and that bastard gave him a painting with a letter to seal the deal. Could you be more specific? Like he didn't humiliate him enough, that old fool gave my son a painting by some unknown artist and a letter. I still remember the content. It is a bunch of nonsense. Unexpected gifts. Tighten the noose on your hypocrisy and pay respect to the smile of the goddess. Look at the lips of the beast. Touch the thickest of its webs. As I suspected, this message must be part of Pandora's code, and now we need to decipher it. What's the painting? Where's that painting now? It was collecting dust in the basement for a long time until I gave it to charity a few years ago. I have no idea where it went. What is the painting depicting? Some sort of goddess watching a spider-like woman vomiting and suffering at her feet? I refuse to exhibit something like that to my guests. The related message was completely different, though. What is the old man thinking? A spider at the feet of the goddess. It sounds familiar. We saw that in the exhibition. Daryl would convince people to take my son's side in exchange for an extension of the dark room and the promise to renovate crumbling buildings. Wait, did he really ask to extend the dark room? He had absolute power over your son and he settled for so little? He said he wanted to give more relevance to art in this god's forsaken place, so we agreed to build another room. You've always had such information and never told us? I wasn't aware of it until recently. Huh? A few weeks ago, I was reading through some of my son's old letters and I happened to find out about the agreement with Daryl in his mysterious room. I asked for the floor plans of the entire area, but I couldn't find nothing. The island's director who doesn't know about unauthorized works. Are you kidding me? As I said, we were renovating the whole island to improve our reputation. It is impossible for me to keep track of everything. The father of one of Pandora's victims starts to investigate again. And suddenly a murder identical to that of 6 years ago happens. Hard to imagine that's just a coincidence. If anything, now we know that a damn secret room actually exists. I told you everything I know, even what I promised I'd take to the grave. Put an end to the situation once and for all. I don't want to hear about Pandora ever again. Unless he decides to kill me before tonight. Mr. Maximilian, goodbye. That's insane. How much influence did Pandora have on these people? And why is he killing his allies? What really matters is that we found out the old man had cleared the way for Pandora. And then he got killed by him for some reason. What's going on? All the chickens are coming home to roost, but this is still an intricate situation. You're right. Come on, there's still much to do. So the third code is with Meryl. Yeah, only option. Why do you keep saying that my husband was involved in this horrible thing? You've got no proof of that. Believe me, we have more than you know. But let's go through the whole thing once again. You said that you've been living on the island for 7 years. Well, we discovered something really interesting while talking to Maximilian. Your husband was the former curator of the dark room. So what? How does this tie him to the murder of that poor guy?
This would link him to both murders that occurred here, to be precise. Following the accident in the theater, your husband tried to cut a deal with Maximilian's son to enlarge the darkroom. We don't know whether the work was performed or not, but there's another request that has been accepted and that was actually crucial to solving the case.
What request?
I'm talking about prohibiting placing this evidence in specific locations across the island. Daryl explicitly requested that the cameras not be installed within houses, but most importantly, in the rehearsal room, the dark room, and other places connected to the murders.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Your husband made Pandora's work much easier since he wanted to see Maximilian's son dead.
Daryl had a good job and her life was just perfect. Why would he help that murderer?
You admitted that things were not so perfect back then, and your husband's condition was deteriorating day by day. Terry was a monster, ruining the lives of the residents, and the situation was about to get worse. So Daryl decided to help Pandora kill Terry.
But this wouldn't have improved the situation at all. Your assumption makes no sense.
A reaction like that could not be predicted. That's why a new victim needed to be murdered 6 years later. And this time, the martyr ended up being the boy who admired your husband so much. The poor guy you're praising was just a tool for Pandora's and your husband's plan.
And the timing of the murder was not a coincidence.
Of course not. Daryl asked Pandora to lure us here, together with the police, in order to shed some light on the problems faced by the island's residents.
Why would my husband ask something like that?
The reason is quite clear.
You're about to get thrown out of here?
Once again, you said that your husband's condition would have soon made you end up living on the street.
And the only way to avoid that was to make a scandal.
Bingo. It's time to play my trump card. However, his plan didn't turn out the way he wanted to, since the news had not leaked in time. So Daryl had no choice but to take drastic measures and get killed by Pandora.
What?
Daryl got himself killed on purpose? How could he be so sure? Unlike the other victims, his death was painless, so he made their investigation even more difficult.
But that's insane. Pandora was aware that room was monitored by cameras.
Exactly, that's the point. He wanted to be seen. I think it's safe to say that Pandora is doing everything to get caught tonight. The message, the letter, the same murder in the same public place, they all suggest he has finally decided to put an end to his macabre journey. And I could see him premeditating the whole thing 6 years ago when he left those drawings on the wall.
What you're saying is making perfect sense, really? Are you done blabbering? Your farce is getting on my nerves. There's no footage, you're just messing with me. Do you expect me to fall apart and say something against my husband?
That's quite a change of attitude, ma'am. Are you perhaps afraid to hear the name of the monster that Daryl was working with?
So the man you saw, the one you believe to be Pandora, is he someone we already know?
Haven't you realized yet? The man in the footage is the only link between Daryl and the victim. Pandora's real identity is...
What?
Jimmy?
Ha, okay.
Lee Graves, the current curator of the darkroom.
It can't be. Why did he let himself get caught by the cameras? Why?
So you knew all about... And I haven't gotten to the best part yet. There's another reason why Daryl got himself killed.
How much longer are you going to tarnish his memory? Stop with your ridiculous insinuations.
Insinuations? No, this is the plain truth. Daryl had a plan B from the beginning. The other reason why he decided to get killed and caught on camera is...
protecting his wife or showing the condition of the island. Protecting his wife?
To protect you and your future.
His death would allow his wife to stay on the island, giving her a decent future. And even if her health worsened, nobody would even think of refusing shelter to the wife of one of the victims. The press would destroy the island's reputation if something like that happened.
A brilliant plan. Congratulations to your husband.
This is getting so convoluted. Sweet and caring until his last breath, so typical of my dear Daryl. So many times I begged him to stop working with such a monstrous and heartless man.
A monster that we can finally stop once and for all. All we need is the last code, then we'll go get him.
And the only person that owns it is... Yes, it's me. I've been keeping it with me for 6 years. Monstrous paradoxes. The flower of darkness blooms, while the cursed kiss of the gods is consuming. The lyre travels through its notes, while the artist gazes into nothingness. I hope you're aware that you're walking right into the belly of the beast, the worst you'll ever face. Goodbye, detective.
Great, we have all 3 codes now.
But we still don't know how he killed Andrew. Anyway, I feel there's something wrong. Don't you think this was too easy?
We'll get our answer directly from Pandora. Come on, the darkroom is waiting.
Shouldn't we inform Leon or the police?
And leave all the glory to them? No thanks.
I'm afraid you're underestimating the danger, Mordred.
We've been chasing that motherfucker for too long. I won't let these corrupt bastards steal it from me. Got it? Come on, we've no time to waste.
What is going on?
Alright, here we go. Now we have all the codes described in the letter.
We still need to figure out how to use them though. Maybe there's a sequence to follow.
Let's read through the documents again. We're so close to the truth.
Where did we find the last clue? The hand, the wicked symbol of humanity, is hidden in the lost memories of cursed days.
Ah!
I think that is from Hera.
per painting. There. Tighten the noose on your hypocrisy. Pay respects to the smile of the goddess. Touch the thickest of its webs. Oh. Huh? I think I heard something. Did we just find out the correct sequence? Yep. The flower of darkness blooms while the cursed kiss of the gods is consuming. The lyre travels through its notes while the artist gazes into nothingness. Flower, kiss, lyre, nothing. Hey, something happened. Oh, I think so too. Shield, helm, sister, tears. Did you hear it? Yes, I think we're on the right path. A secret door? The same door that bastard threw you in 6 years ago. I bet it leads to the rehearsal room. But there's only one way to find out. No, you're in no condition to come, Hera. Stay here and close the door behind me. Are you crazy? Are you trying to get yourself killed by Pandora now that we've got him? Don't worry, I'm not planning on dying anytime soon. Nor do I want the police to step in before I find the truth. You're right, this was way too easy. So if it's a trap, at least one of us will be able to raise the alarm. Maybe you're right. Let's keep in touch and please be careful, Mordred. Alright, time to go. Pandora's waiting for me. Unmask Lee. Okay, we're gonna... So, revealing the corruption of the city.
Here I am, wandering in the dark.
Is that me? Here I am, wandering in the dark, trying to find a way. Damn. The temperature's rising. I need to take off my coat. Aqua OS has no signal here. Damn it. Thank God Hera stayed behind. She does not have to go through this. Hera, please, if anything happens to me... Wait. I see something. There's a light over there, is that? The room we were looking for? The atmosphere here is terrifying. What is this creepy place? Here's where a titan has fallen and a new one has risen. Welcome, Mr. Foley. I was waiting for you. You finally decided to crawl out from your hole, you filthy sewer rat. That's no way to address the person who is about to make you powerful and famous. What? Why do you think I have been careless enough to get caught on camera? Leave that letter and all those clues. We were right, you did want to be caught. Answer my question. Are you the real Pandora? Of course I am. I'm the ghost who has been tormenting you for the past 6 years. By the way, where's that pretty colleague of yours? Shut up, I'm asking the questions here. Why did that mask appear? Why now? What's wrong? Has anything appeared on my face? What? How? Are you surprised? You're not the only one who's been doing some research on his own archenemy. I am Pandora after all, right? Your worst nemesis, the nightmare that keeps you awake at night. Enough with the mind games, you're just messing with me. You think so? Then try and ask me if I killed Andrew Johannes. If you think I'm going to fall for your stupid tricks, you're dead wrong. Put your hands where I can see them and follow me. Would you really let it end like this, without even knowing how things really went? Come on, Mr. Foley, I know you can do better than that. May I call you Mordred? After all, me and you are pretty much friends by now, right? Did you kill Andrew Johannes? Of course I did. And 6 years ago I killed Oath Jr. too. No, it's not possible. The look in your face is worth 1,000 words. You are the living example of how art lives off shattered hopes. I'm sure that a smart fella like you might have sensed something wrong with Andrew's death. What's your point? Ask the right questions and I will tell you the truth. If I told you lies, you would notice my mask, right? Come on, don't be shy. Take the chance and join my little game. You won't regret it. Start from the beginning and try to put all the pieces of the puzzle together. I hate to admit it, but this creep is right. I need to know the truth. Andrew got himself hired at the cesspool of an island and immediately fell under both your influence and that of your damn accomplice, Daryl Hope. His death was meant to emulate Terry Oath's murder, but things didn't work out as planned. True, and I know what you're going to ask me next, so here's the answer. No one ever saw either me or Andrew go into the rehearsal room because we used the secret passage you've just walked through. It's so obviously connected to that room, and it was used to kill Terry and kidnap your little friend as well. You filthy pig. However, this time the victim was perfectly conscious when he arrived at the room, and that means he went there willingly. Walking through the passage with you. It is not a difficult deduction considering the influence I had on that beautiful little sprout. Still, your perspective is too narrow and one-sided. Try thinking back to the rehearsal room and what you found there. Those jars full of wax. That's it. I guess they raised some questions about one particular detail of the victim's body. A link between those jars and some detail of the victim which is different from 6 years ago. Oops. This is different, right? No. Uh-oh.
What happens if we fail? Game over.
The wax on Andrew's face was not poured evenly, so that means he tried to defend himself.
Oh, really? And what makes you believe that?
I can prove that the victim fought back while wax was being poured on him. Both his thumbs had severe burns. He must have attempted to cover his face or grab the attacker's hands. Besides, we found his fingerprints by the window, suggesting that he tried to resist being pushed out.
I'm truly disappointed, Foley. Try to see things from another angle. You'll understand how only his thumbs were burnt off. Think about the shapes of those jars. Imagine pouring the wax on someone's face. Are you finally starting to see things differently now?
But then... he poured wax onto his own face. He did it to himself. That's why only his thumbs were burnt. While pouring the wax, some spilled on his thumbs. He was in pain and he leaned against the window, leaving those 2 fingerprints.
Congratulations, Detective. And now another piece of evidence has gained meaning, correct?
Indeed. This evidence is related to what happened next, and now it makes a lot of sense.
What? Uh-oh. Now it makes a lot of sense. What?
Blinded, in pain, and in a panic, he completed the work by jumping off the window. He ran and threw his shoulder against the window to break it down, getting wounded by the shards of glass. Since he was blind, though, he jumped out the wrong window and fell to the ground instead of landing into the pond as he was supposed to. Now it makes sense. Andrew killed himself to emulate Terry's death, but he committed a little mistake.
That's right. I have nothing to do with it. He killed himself to imitate his biggest idol. And now it's easier to understand why he was in a rush and killed himself ahead of time.
A panic attack. He was afraid of getting caught and fail.
Exactly. Not everyone can handle the pressure, especially young boys like him.
Why though? If he wanted to please his mentor, wouldn't killing Maximilian be enough?
Do you know who Herostratus is?
No. What does it even have to do with the murder?
Herostratus burned down the Temple of Artemis, one of the ancient world's 7 wonders, with the only purpose of becoming famous. The Greek society sentenced him to death and imposed on him one of the first examples of damnatio memoriae in history. His name was erased from books, documents, and biographies so that he would never be remembered. Despite their attempt to erase his terrible deeds, his name has survived to this day. Andrew tried to seek immortality by emulating the only man who could be considered a modern Herostratus,
Pandora. So he was acting on his own initiative, but why would he help and worship you?
Quite funny how you keep referring to me while the person he was looking up to is someone else.
Are you telling me that?
The mask already warned you.
I am not Pandora. I can't believe it. Pandora's true identity is...
Wait, what?
Daryl Hope? Daryl Hope.
That boy killed himself to save the real Pandora.
who was no longer able to move and fight back. They were about to be thrown off the island and forced to live on the street. By recreating the same murder that Daryl committed 6 years before, he has drawn the attention of people and media to the island. To make Maximilian live through that nightmare again and get him to crack under pressure, just like it happened after the death of his son. A true masterpiece. Now I see why Pandora suddenly dropped off the radar. He was sent to the island with his wife, and then he decided to kill the son of Oath because, in his eyes, he fully embodied the myth of Icarus. And because he wanted to avenge those 2 victims of the collapse in the theater, exposing and humiliating Maximilian. So Pandora, the real Pandora, is dead. No, it's not possible. I refuse to believe that bastard died before I could get my hands on him. That old fool ruined everything. Now I won't be able to clear either my name or Hera's. My dreams of fame and glory all gone forever. And all because of that old cripple. Still, you are his accomplice and you're babbling because you want to pull the fucking trigger. Not to mention that Lee seems to have no idea who the Pandora related to the Treasury Park case is, which means that he acted independently. And also those of Hephaestus and the suicide on the island, they were just copycats. So far we've done nothing but chase ghosts while the real Pandora was locked up on the island in critical condition. Just thinking of how he died in front of me without even knowing who he really was drives me crazy. The worst criminal Novopolemos has ever seen is now dead, and all you can think about is your own personal gain. You truly are an incredible man, Mordred Foley. Let's get this mask farce over with, and let me tell you the rest of the story. When his conditions worsened, Daryl wanted me as his successor, since I was the only artist he respected in all of Novopolemos. So he revealed to me his true identity, his methods, his ideology. And then he showed me this very room, telling me that one day I could continue his work. That freak wanted you to do his murders for him. Precisely. But I have a different idea. I do not simply want to emulate him. I want to surpass him. What? 6 years ago, Daryl made those drawings with wax in the rehearsal room just to mislead the investigation. They were actually meaningless. The same applies to those 3 codes. Just a depiction of a bunch of empty words coming from a broken man. And yet, they have been your key to this room. Can you see why? You wanted me to find you. Correct. And the reason is simple. I want you to arrest me and claim that I am the real Pandora. What? You must be kidding. I already told you, my goal is to surpass Daryl. I will turn myself in and take all the credit, condemning him to oblivion and covering myself in glory. I'm going to create the first true masterpiece of Novopolemos, and no one will ever know the truth. Now you see the full picture. Do you finally understand why I really wanted you here? You knew that I would be unscrupulous enough to arrest you, even if you're not the real Pandora. This is simply ridiculous. Do you really believe I'm going to make a deal with a psychotic criminal like you? Can't you see? I'm giving you the chance to fulfill your greatest wish. No one is ever going to find out, and you will live the rest of your life as a hero. I know every single detail of each murder ever committed by Pandora. No one will ever accuse me of lying. If I accepted, I would make the same mistake again and Hera would never forgive me. Oh, she doesn't need to know.
This will be our little secret.
No, it's not just that. I'd also condemn many of the island's residents, including Pandora's wife, to a life of hardship and suffering. The media wouldn't bother with the island situation of its guests. They would be too busy talking about you instead.
You're wrong, my friend. They would be too busy talking about us. Besides, if you don't accept my offer, the police will be after you for what you've done here and for taking advantage of your friend. You might even be put on trial again, both of you. Help me finish my masterpiece and you'll live the rest of your days like a hero. You and your beloved Hera will have a bright future together. Refuse my offer and your life will be a living hell. Make your choice, my friend. Make a deal with the devil and sell your soul. No, we've been on this path for a while now. Whatever. Shout the truth and doom your future.
No. I'm not making the same mistake twice.
What? Don't tell me you're going to share the truth about Daryl with the police.
You got it. If you think I'd bend to the will of a pathetic loser like you sorely underestimated me.
Why? You would get everything you've ever dreamed of. Power, money, happiness. You would be the hero of this goddamn city.
I don't care. Not anymore. And stop with the whining. You're going to have your 15 minutes of glory anyway. The security footage will incriminate you as his accomplice. You have nowhere to run.
Are you doing this to glorify that old fool? That bastard died before you could get to him. You should hate him.
You're right, I should. When I realized the identity of the man I've been chasing for 6 years, all I felt was pity. The charade has gone on long enough. I won't end it by fulfilling the wish of another maniac.
What has changed you, Foley? What the hell makes you believe that saying the truth will make you a better man? The choice you're about to make will ruin your life. Are you aware of that? There's no way out this time. They will crush you. They will destroy your life and tear apart everything you and Hera have been fighting for.
Oh, don't worry. They have been trying for more than 6 years and they have always failed. We stayed long enough. We stayed strong while the wounds of the past were still bleeding and festering in the numbness of regret. I've always acted on selfish impulse like every single human living on this planet will dare to call home. And once again, my desire for justice and truth originates from self-destructive feelings, hidden behind a deceiving chance of redemption. We're questioned for hours by greedy vultures eager to pick the flesh of what was once our career and our private life. The pressure exerted on Leon and the police, the threats to Maximilian Oath, our presence on the island. Everything is turning against us like a damn bloodthirsty boomerang. While they dig into our souls, looking for that shred of evidence that will doom our lives forever. I'm feeling something new growing inside me, something that can be summed up in a single bright word. Pride. I'm proud to see the truth has triumphed for the first time, or at least one of its infinite nuances. Hera stands beside me. She's clearly under enormous pressure, but she's smiling at me from time to time, as if she wants to tell me how proud of me she is. Proud of the man that wrecked her life while trying to protect her. And while I was falling in what twisted game called love, where the line between victim and perpetrator is always blurred. When we got home, finally alone, for the first time I can look into the eyes of the only woman who's been brave enough to stand by my side. I touch your essence while I'm thinking about the consequences of our actions that will soon knock at the door and ruthlessly swallow us. But every single negative thought is outweighed by one wonderful certainty. Her lips. Her lips will always taste like infinity. Chapter 3. The only thing worth fighting for. Condemn your future in Chapter 3. Yay. So I think it's like the epilogue now. You told Leon the truth, telling him all the details of the latest cases. You listened to Harris' complaints, softening your attitude towards the residents. You revealed the secrets about androids, telling the truth about the Hephaestus case. You told the world the truth. You refused to go along with Lee's insane plans. Save game? Yes. Continue? Yes. That is so weird. They say death is moving at 2 millimeters an hour. Two millimeters defined by actions and consequences. Tiny consequences inexorably rolling down the border of existence. And suddenly the pebble turns into a landslide. The sounds of the creaky branches of fate has been haunting my dreams in the last few months, giving me the feeling that something was coming. And now, that very sound is getting louder and louder. 2 millimeters. This is what separates life from death. Chapter 4-A. Ashes to Ashes. I think this is the ending we're getting, 4A. Because I think there's like a 4B, 4C. So let's see, 4A. A for A+? We did well? I don't know. November 29, 2066. Foley Investigations. Hey, what's with you today? Not on the mood to play the piano? I doubt anyone would be in the mood after reading today's paper. What about that? See for yourself.
The Pandora case, scandal or setup. Despite the constant pressure in the political leadership and the police, the circumstances of the murders on the island in the District 6 of the city remain unclear. Official sources state that Daryl Hope, an old resident of the structure, was the real Pandora, the killer who has been spreading fear in Nova Palemos for more than 6 years. However, the old man was forced into a wheelchair, and yet Pandora's murders continue over the last few months. This suggests the truth has never been told. Yeah, what is the point of the other murders? Most people think that Foley Investigations, the agency which handled the Pandora case, is directly involved in the murders, and an increasing number of officers are convinced that the real killer is Mordred Foley, the owner of the agency. More details in the next issue. Pandora, myth, or conspiracy?
The papers are talking bad about us, so what? That's nothing new.
We tell the truth, and this is the result. It makes me so mad.
One bad thing always outweighs a good one, never the other way around. Newspapers live on scandals, and since Pandora will never be caught, the public opinion needs to judge someone else.
But why is it always us?
Because our friends from the black bands and the police can't wait to smear our reputation. Most of the information in this country is filtered by either the government or the police. Getting caught in the middle, one way or another, is inevitable.
What angers me the most is that Baker and the black bands lost the election, and even then, they are haunting people's thoughts.
You heard what Freya said about those protesters who were demonstrating after the bomb went off, didn't you? Most of them are independent individuals, madmen who are convinced that everything is part of a conspiracy orchestrated by major powers. This shows us how much hatred these fools have been harboring for so long. I'm so glad I got that fascist pig thrown in jail.
Yes, we did the right thing, but...
Do you fear his revenge?
It would be foolish not to fear something like that, Mordred. It's been months since the beginning of Baker's trial, and he has done almost nothing so far. And we both know what he would do, anything. And we both know that he would do anything to get his revenge. Besides, Have you noticed how people look at us when walking in the streets? No one would be surprised if someone thought to get rid of us all of a sudden.
Maybe you're right.
And as you may have noticed, hate campaigns are almost exclusively integrated through Aqua OS on a daily basis.
Oh, we should have destroyed Aqua OS.
Both parties keep bombarding us with fake news to fan the flames. I'm not surprised that violence spread everywhere.
When I hear stuff like that, I regret not blowing up that goddamn thing.
And if it weren't for you, 2 days ago I would have been beaten by those men in the middle of the streets. The pressure is so high that a little push in the shoulder is enough to trigger violence against anyone considered different.
Oh, I see, to give the stink eye to scare the piss out of them.
But I can't live with a bodyguard following me around everywhere. Besides, you couldn't do much if the black bands decided to strike. Given the current situation, it would be easy for them to kill us without leaving a trace.
Hera.
Mordred, I'm tired of being afraid.
Then let's leave. Just me and you. The hell with the rest.
What? Do you mean it?
I've always told you, haven't I? If the situation becomes unbearable, we could leave.
But all we have is in the city, and God knows what awaits us out there. Actually, I don't even know what the European cities look like. I've only seen the same old photos. But I guess this is a common problem among the citizens of Nova Polemos.
Have you ever wondered why?
What do you mean?
Why would the government hinder tourism and immigration to the city?
Because they are afraid of spies, and at the same time they want to control migratory flows to avoid intolerable situations in terms of work and habitability.
Or maybe they're just trying to hide the fact that life outside would be much better for everyone. And our beloved leaders can't afford a brain drain.
This seems like a naive view for the situation.
For once, I'm being optimistic and you take me down like that?
No, it's just... No, you're right. There's no other choice. We need to leave, but how? We can't just show up at the border and hope they let us through. It would be impossible for a normal citizen, let alone 2 controversial individuals like us.
Don't forget, we have allies on our side.
Oh, you mean Freya? She did offer us her help.
No, she wouldn't be able to get us out on her own. We need someone with greater influence. Someone that could provide us with a special pass to get out of this shithole.
Don't tell me you're talking about David. I guess this is about this mysterious plan we accepted to follow back then.
That's right. And that plan will allow us to leave Nova Polemos without being arrested by the police.
Are you really going to trust that vulture? Even after what Freya told us?
It's not about trust, it's about necessity. That son of a bitch is our only chance to escape at the moment.
Do you really believe that he would help us? And I seriously doubt that he could get us across the border unharmed by any way. He's just a lawyer after all. He's neither some influential politician nor a big shot of any kind.
Well, he won't help us directly. Let's go to his office. You'll see what I mean.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Guns will push bad feelings away.
That's why I'll bring mine, and you'd better do the same.
Don't worry, it's just a precaution.
Fine. Alright then, get your stuff and let's go. Made a deal with the devil. Let's see if we'll regret it. I can't help but think that this is a terrible idea.
Are you talking about our escape from one of the most observed cities in the world? Or the fact that we are putting our fate in the hands of the worst lawyer in the city?
You're in the mood for joking despite the current situation. Come on, Hera. You should know that everything is easier with a smile on your face.
That's as cheesy as you can get, David.
Welcome back to my office, my dear friends. I was waiting for you. Yeah, we have a lot to talk about. What's with these long faces? Don't you trust me? That's hard to do after what happened at Treasury Park. The death of that poor girl was really unfortunate, you're right. But I can assure you, I have
Nothing to do with it? Even though you were the one who took that damn glove from the scene and then put it back? Hera, wait. You're accusing me of collaborating with Pandora, and still you trusted in the plan I had for you. I mean, was there any other choice? Half the city wants us dead. I'm afraid that it's way more than half now. The way you dealt with Pandora was not very smart, if you ask me. We did the right thing. The world needed to know. Yes, and now that the whole city is against you and the Black Bands are chasing you, you realized I am your one and only friend. Don't push it. Oh, but I consider you heroes, especially because you released me from a curse that is ruining my life. What? Haven't you figured it out yet? Pandora has been threatening me for all these years. He said he would kill my sister. I can't believe it. The only reason I acted like that is because he forced me.
Thanks to me, you will learn that every happy ending is a lie. And your precious sister will be our witness. Make one wrong move and she will face torment and suffering beyond your wildest nightmares. But I'm sure that it will never come to that, am I right? My dear David.
That's crazy. How long ago did this happen? More than 7 years ago. Long before the accident on the island. Even before I became your lawyer. Wait a minute. Yes, Pandora asked me to help you with your trial. He sent me instructions via letters delivered in my mailbox by a courier. I can't believe it. God damn it, David, and you never said a thing? What was I supposed to do? One word and my sister would have been dead. I was a victim too, just like Abigail. How long did that go on? Years and years. He let my sister go soon after, yes, but he never stopped threatening us. Needless to say, he required our help during the events at Treasury Park too. He asked me to remove that glove and to make it disappear. But this time I tried to stand up to him, so I put it back right after. This is not possible. Pandora's been in a wheelchair for years. How the hell could he organize something like that? How would I know? The only time I've ever seen him is when he kidnapped my sister. Wait a second. The real Pandora was not involved in the Treasury Park case. It couldn't have been him. Maybe it was his successor, a disciple, or someone on his behalf. We'll never find out who was behind Abigail's death. Maybe Lee killed Abigail. Or was it someone else trying to imitate him? Maybe David is right. We'll never know. If only I had shot that guy at Variation, things would have turned out differently. Oh no. I think we have like the worst ending. What do you mean, shoot who? With the option to shoot someone, right? I can't remember anymore. Oh, maybe the one taunting Freya? Anyway, now I know for sure that Pandora is dead, so my sister and I are finally safe. And it's all thanks to you. You keep talking about your sister, but you never told us who she is. Because my dear David didn't want to spoil my entrance, Freya? You think that his help alone was enough to get you out of Nova Palemos without being executed? No. You're... Oh. Julie Ward? Julie Ward? Baker's secretary? It's been a while, detectives. Okay. Your reaction is priceless. You really know how to make an impression, Julie. True class, am I right? Wait, she's your sister? But you have different last name. What is that? After what happened with Pandora, the government helped us change our identities, but as you can imagine, it didn't help much. Oh, it's Julie saying that. Sorry. All it did was confuse you two. And the black bands. Wait a second. Baker's secretary, as well as a prominent member of the black bands, is willing to help us leave the city? Oh, is that so hard to believe? My dear Foley, if it weren't for you, I would have never got Baker out of my way and Pandora would have tormented us forever. The least I can do is help you get away before my beloved colleagues kill you both in cold blood. And believe me, it is a matter of days, maybe even hours. No good action goes unpunished here. If you're telling the truth, you must help us escape as fast as possible. What do you want in return? Nothing. Only your silence on the matter. Huh. You saved our lives. We would never demand money or favors from you. Alright. Provide us with diplomatic passports and... Easy. Don't push it. Everyone in Nova Palemos knows your faces, so... There's no way we can leave by the front entrance. So your idea is... to give you false documents to get out of the country and include you in a group of refugees headed to European borders. Are you really able to do that? What do you take me for? I only need to snap my fingers to have these papers ready. All I have to do is pull the right strings and persuade some of the higher ups at Hephaestus. Aqua OS might be a complex security system, but it's controlled by human minds after all. Or do you really think that no one takes advantage of that to change their own data or that of their opponents to influence society? I still can't see why you want to help us. You could have us killed by the black bands and your problems would be gone. We have no intention to spill any more blood, and honestly, I never liked the black bands. Neither did I, in fact. Wait, what? We should tell them the whole story. Maybe they will understand why we are doing all this. Alright. What we want is to wake up the people of Nova Palemos, sabotaging the black bands from within and spreading chaos. That's been the plan all along. What are you talking about? You're Baker's lawyer and she's a trusted member of the party. Well, exactly. This is the best way to destroy something is to become part of its system. From the inside, you know. Just like a virus. So we got like 2 out of 3. The one we missed was destroying Aqua OS. But that makes things intriguing for once we get out of Nova Palemos, assuming we do get out of the city. Perhaps that android will owe us a favor. And we can start a war. It might actually help start a war. It might actually serve their cause. Pandora's threats made the operation very risky for both of us, but thankfully, you did your job. So the reason why you called us when Baker was involved in the murder... Exactly. We wanted you to catch Pandora and get directly involved with the black bands. You put our life at risk, using us like puppets only for your own profit. No, Mordred, we did it for the sake of the city. If it weren't for us, you would have died ages ago. We couldn't tell you anything, otherwise either Pandora or the black bands would have become suspicious. No offense, but you two are unpredictable. Telling you too much would have been extremely dangerous. If you want to deceive your enemies, you must deceive your allies first. Well, that you said so yourself, Mordred. Ugh. You keep saying that your purpose is to destroy the black bands and awaken people's consciences, but the facts say the opposite. Oh, you really think so? What if I told you that I have tangible evidence that the Black Bands blew up their own headquarters? What? I am a valued member of the party, you know. I have always been Baker's right hand. I supervised the entire operation, communicating with him while he pretends to be in jail. What do you mean with he pretends? Everyone in that prison is either on the Black Band's payroll or a member of the party, so Baker is basically free to do whatever he wants. Believe me, without my sister's influence, you would be dead meat by now. We got threats anyway. But not direct action, right? I'm the one who suggested Baker to keep a low profile, at least until we could get people on our side. I convinced him that your death would ruin the plan, even if he only needed to take advantage of the mass hysteria to make you disappear. So we were right from the beginning. Baker wanted to make use of the riots to kill us. And I stopped him. Trust me, it was not easy. That man hates you more than anything in the world. So, your plan is to take advantage of the riots and the explosion to disrupt the Black Bands from the inside out? Not only that, during all this time I had the chance to collect a certain information. If used at the right time, it will blow away the city ruling class. Evidence connected to corruption, conflict of interest, fraud against other countries, crimes against humanity, and so on. This does not just concern the Black Bands, but the entire political class that has been claiming to be the only alternative for years. Aren't you afraid to get involved? Are you kidding? I've already arranged things so that I can come out of this completely clean. Don't worry about me. So you're telling us that you're some champions of justice who act in the name of the greater good? Nah, we're just tired of being part of a system that forces us to live in an open-air prison. And thanks to the information collected in the last few years and your precious help, this time, we can actually make it. Much of the information I collected could spark a war if it was disclosed to foreign countries. So I think we did the right thing by releasing the android. But, if used correctly, it could change the history of Nova Polemos. Uh-oh. And Thalia's got all that information. Wait. Anyway, what we have is not going to be enough. So my brother and I decided to draw up a plan B. Uh-oh. What are you talking about? Use the myth of Pandora to unleash absolute chaos within the city, showing the inability of institutions to manage the situation. No censorship this time, everything out in the open, will give rise to a real congregation devoted to Pandora. In the eyes of the people, we will seem crazy, but this way we'll easily hide our true revolutionary intentions. I thought your actions to be driven by logic, but you're actually completely insane. You want to emulate Pandora's modus operandi to get rid of enemies and people who bother you? How would you be different from those Black Bands bastards? You're nothing but heartless killers. If you think that you can change things around here without spilling any blood, you are deluded, my dear. Like it or not, Pandora has been a symbol for a long time. Someone to emulate in order to bring out our animal instinct. What are you talking about? Treasury Park. The murder in the hotel room connected to Hephaestus. And the suicide on the island too. The real Pandora has never been the killer in the cases of the last few months, despite his same methodology being used. Ever wondered why? People use his name and his myth for their own gain, unleashing an unprecedented wave of violence. Now we want to take advantage of it ourselves, and then put an end to it once and for all. You don't have to worry though. When our plan starts, you will be long gone, out of Nova Palemos, far from all your problems. Now I see the real reason why you want to help us. You didn't want us to investigate you. You didn't want us to investigate you. I'm telling you one last time, Foley. If we really wanted, you and your colleague would already be dead. We'd have decided to help because you set us free from the torment of that old madman. Mordred. Huh? What is it, Hera? Let's leave, once and for all. I'm done with Pandora, plots, and murders. Let's leave it all behind, please. Huh. Alright. Provide us with valid documents and you'll never hear from us again. Very well. I'm glad we finally came to an agreement. You can have them by tomorrow. A forced deportation of some migrants is already scheduled this morning. We will join them. However, you must be escorted by a police officer. Do you know someone you can trust? Yes, we do. Just give us the papers. We will take care of the rest. You can trust us. You will get what we promised. Don't try to trick us or pull us into your plan. You have nothing to worry about, my friend. Speak tomorrow. Mordred, I didn't mean to... It's fine. Don't say anything. We got what we wanted. Nothing else matters. Let's call Freya. She's the only one who can help us. Alright. Okay, she's going to meet us in Talon Square when she gets off duty. Why is it such a crowded place? I think we should avoid isolated places, at least until tomorrow. You may be right. I hope Hera doesn't screw us over. Talon Square again. I wonder if she intentionally asks to meet me at places I hate. If all goes well, you won't have to see this place anymore. Come on, let's look for Freya in the crowds. There's no need to. I would recognize Foley's caveman-like voice anywhere. This was way easier than I thought. It's a pleasure to see you again. And I'm pleased to see that you're still in one piece after the mess you've made on the island. You should be used to it by now. This time I can't even scold you though. You made the right choice. Was that a compliment? Come on, let's not waste time with small talk. I've been urgently called here and this is not a good sign. What kind of trouble are you in this time? Where to start? I need to tell her about our situation without mentioning Julie, or else we risk blowing the plan. I hate lying to her again, but if she knew the truth, we would all end up killed in a few hours. Of all the awful things you've told me in the last few months, this is the worst. Am I supposed to believe that filthy rat hid the glove because he was secretly controlled by Pandora? Was that enough to trick you? I thought I warned you. And anyway, how the hell could the lawyer provide fake expat documents in so little time? It doesn't matter how. That man gave us an opportunity to leave, and we're going to take advantage of that. I understand you feel in danger here, but have you considered the possibility that this might be a plan to get you arrested at the border? We can't be sure. That's why we need your help. If you recall, you were the one who offered to help us leave this cursed city. How could I forget? Of course I'll help you. What do you take me for? Believe it or not, there's still someone with a sense of honor in the police force. Are you really willing to go along with such a mad plan without arguing? Do you want me to waste more of your time or what? I've made my decision, detective, and I'm not going to change my mind. Thank you, Freya. I never expected to hear these words from the demon of Nova Palemos himself. People change. You should know that by now. And here's the proof that sometimes they do it for the better. It's a relief to know that you're helping us with this insane plan. However, this won't be easy at all. In fact, a tiny mistake at the border would be enough to blow your cover. And if that happens, I won't be able to do anything to save you. I see. I'll pick you up in the morning. I may have to bring some trusted officers with me, but don't you worry. From that moment on, you should do exactly as I say. Please memorize every piece of information on those documents. And try not to be rude or arrogant with border guards, otherwise they will execute you on the spot. We'll do our best. Freya's right. If I don't memorize the papers or I misbehave, it would ruin everything. Try to look sad, miserable, and pathetic. Those beasts at the border do love misery, so they will release you quick enough. Are you telling me that we're being thrown to a pack of sadistic monsters? Do you think that Nova Palemos has become the city it is today thanks to the kindness of our border guards? Alright, Freya, we'll follow your advice. Before you go, you've been brutally honest with me, especially about the facts that have faced us. And I will always be thankful for that. But once you're outside, you'll still have to be careful. Your actions might have consequences elsewhere. What do you mean? As I said on the island, I'm afraid the worst part of this story is yet to come. Because you released the android! Dude Deer, welcome in. Hello there. We're actually at the conclusion now, I think. We're about to finish this visual novel. You've come right on time. But thank you for visiting us at this hour. And welcome in. If you haven't already, please do go check out Do the Deer's channel. But yeah, we'll be concluding this story, Dry Drowning, tonight before we move on to other stories. But glad to have you here for the ride. So we're now about to escape, hopefully, if nothing goes wrong. Bonebreaker, thank you for petting the cat. Which cat is available now? Let me check. Maya? Maya? Passion's sleeping, so you got a Maya. Hey Maya, look, we're about to escape. We're about to finish the game. How do you feel? No comment? Maya, say something. Okay. Thank you so much for that, Bonebreaker. Purr. I'm not sure if you can hear her purring. I don't think the camera's sensitive enough for the mic sensitive enough for that. Thanks, Maya. No, thank you. I'm sure Maya enjoyed those pets. All right, now let's conclude this madcap of a story. But hey, we kind of called it from the very beginning. They were after revolution, and I'm all for that. It's a city that's crazy and corrupt, and this city which needs to be broken open. So, as Freya said, the worst part of the story is yet to come, and I think we planted enough seeds for a potential sequel to what's gonna happen to Nova Palemos. As I said, I'm afraid the worst part of the story is yet to come. But let's not think too far ahead. At the moment, your escape is way more important than a stupid android. See there, because we let the android out. Thank you. Alright then. I think there's nothing more to say. But I can tell you, I'll keep investigating that lawyer. Sadly, even without you. You are the only people I learned to trust during these months of tears and blood. Freya, when you are out there, don't forget to tell the world that there's still someone in Nova Palemos who is not afraid to die for justice. And no matter what happens, I'll always be thankful for saving my life. It takes some courage to tell you this, but I will miss you. Happy ending? Question mark. Good luck, detective. You'll need it. It seems we still can count on a few loyal friends after all. Let's hold off on the victory lap. One little mistake is enough to blow the whole plan. Thus condemning Freya and dragging David and his sister into it as well. We'll have to spend the entire morning reading those papers and becoming accustomed to our new identities. I hope they haven't made up some crazy names or jobs. I'd hate to be a farmer for the rest of my life. Are you complaining before we even escape? You know, that is my specialty. We better go home now. We've got a long day ahead of us tomorrow. Oh god, I hope we don't die. Please be a happy ending. Mordred, have you noticed? Yeah, our security system has been tampered with. It might be someone from the Black Bands. No, I believe that. Don't start with your dumb assumptions. Do the world a favor before you die like a dog. Who's this? Huh? You. No! Leon! No, we're gonna get a bad ending. Given the number of people who want you dead, I'd expect you to take extra precaution. But don't worry, it'll all be over soon. And finally, I'll get my revenge. No, wait! What the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Actually, I have never been thinking more clearly, my friend. Why are you doing this? Are you here on behalf of the Black Bands? You dare to ask why I want to kill you in cold blood? You, the very people who ruined my life twice. Put that fucking gun down and get out of our office already. And you even have the nerve to give me orders. Why are you coming after us? We told you the truth about Pandora. We didn't condemn any innocent this time. Yeah. And now you have both the police and the public opinion against you because of what you did there. Those motherfuckers found a connection between you and the police, and they figured I've helped you all along. I knew I shouldn't have trusted you. Are you blaming us despite all the support we provided you in arresting that freak? You didn't arrest anyone. That old man was already dead. You just caught a crazy fool who is now pinning it on us. What? That painter you had turned in spilled the beans, claiming that you and I were in league with fucking Pandora himself. It doesn't make sense. Where's the proof? And why on earth would we help him? Do you still believe that you need evidence to frame someone in this city? Our law system is clearly based on the perception of idiotic and selfish people. And you want us to pay no matter what? Of course. You suddenly decided to turn into freaking paladins of justice and ruin everything. If I hadn't called you,
That old fool would have died anyway, and I wouldn't be in this mess.
You're just blaming your failure on us.
Please, Mordred, don't provoke him.
We have always been helpful and honest with him, and now he pulls a gun on us?
You dare to speak about honesty? You, the one who asked me to tamper with evidence, condemning two innocents and ruining my life.
I'm also the one who told you everything that has happened in the last few months whenever you asked. And I helped you solve that mess despite all your hatred for me.
Oh yes, it's true. You have been honest with me. Actually, I knew perfectly well what you had gone through. Whenever I asked questions, it was simply to confirm whether you could be trusted. So you have been spying on us?
I'd have been foolish not to, especially after what happened 6 years ago. Enough! Let's end this. I'm done talking to you. No, stop! Go to hell.
Bang bang. Bad ending.
Come on, do it. Pull that damn trigger and free me from this nightmare.
Oh, is that... Oh, Hera. Hera? If you really think that killing me is going to make you feel better, just do it. If I have to die, I'd rather do it at the hands of a friend. Our life is ruined anyway, and it's all our fault. We're monsters that played with other people's lives, and I'm not going to run away from my responsibility. Hoping for redemption just because we told the truth about Pandora would be really naive, especially now that the whole city wants us dead. Just keep in mind that your demons will never cease to haunt your soul if you pull that trigger. You should know better than anyone that a man seeking vengeance should dig 2 graves. So go ahead, do it. Kill me now and deliver me from guilt. Please don't kill Hera. I can't. Thank God. I can't do it. What? What was I even thinking? You just did what Mordred and I have been dreaming of doing for years. To take anger and frustration out on a scapegoat. Refusing to accept that everyone has their own guilt in this pathetic circus. Huh. I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry. Don't be. Go home and forget about this. Unlike us, you still have the chance to start over. Huh. Oh, thank God. Can we still get a happy ending? Goodbye, Leon. Leon! Thank you for everything. So I keep hearing Ashley's voice. Full investigations the next morning.
Well, so this is it. Today's the day. Did you get some sleep?
Hard to do that after what happened yesterday.
Are you still thinking about Leon?
Yes. I hope you find some happiness.
Now we have more pressing things to worry about. We got the papers and Freya will be here in 2 hours.
Alright, let's learn them as best we can. Oh no! This one I'm gonna actually take photos of. Because if we screw this up, we're gonna get a bad ending. Let's make sure we get our papers in order. So we have our cheat sheet ready. Cheat sheet ready. So we are now NDRPTR 923. Name Andrew Piotrowski. Date of birth August 29, age 39. Innocence is just a matter of perspective. Psychological profile. Piotrowski is a rough and ill-tempered man. He is quite dangerous and is supposed to be constantly monitored by police. Biography. Andrew was born in Warsaw and studied veterinary medicine without getting the chance to practice the profession. He's engaged to Gabriela
Lewandowska and entered Novopolemos thanks to the increasing need for manpower in 2055. Piotrowski has worked in Dianatech for 11 years as a specialized worker, and he bought a humble house in District 5 where he lives with his partner. Eventually, authorities found out that his resume was false, so they issued an expulsion order for both of them. Really? Piotrowski. Well, it could be worse. At least you can pronounce it. I hope they don't expect me to spell it correctly. It's not something I'd want to be killed for. And our fiancée, GBRL WN 931, Gabriela Lewandowska. Date of birth, April 29, age 34. I would burn in the flames of regret rather than live a mediocre life. Welcome, Vano. I hope your webinar went well. We're in the last chapter now, 4A. So we're getting the 4-A ending. There are different endings here. I think there's 4B, 4C. I don't know how many endings, but we're getting 4A, and I think we played our cards right. We prevented getting murdered by a police officer, a former friend who got angry at us. We were able to convince him not to kill us. It is a good thing we accepted the deal. So the lawyer, our lawyer buddy, was actually using the reputation of Pandora to wake up the city, because the city is a cage and the people in power are terrible people. So he wants revolution. So I think we sided with the right people. I think we made one mistake, which was to release the android, but that just provides more fuel for the possible future. Basically, we're trying to escape now. We're trying to leave the city, and we have the lawyer and Freya on our side. So we're gonna try to cross the border now. So we got the documents from the lawyer. These are our fake documents. We have to memorize them, because if we make a mistake at the border, we're gonna get executed. Exactly, the city's the problem. So we're gonna tear it down. What does Johnny Silverhand sing about? Whatever that is, yeah. So our current identities are: we are Polish. We are Andrew Piotrowski and Gabriela Lewandowska. I would burn in the flames of regret rather than live a mediocre life. Psychological profile: sweet and submissive. What? This game really has not written the women very well. Sweet and submissive, Lewandowska has always been mistreated by her dangerous partner, Andrew Piotrowski. Although there's no record of any complaints, extreme caution is advised. Biography: Gabriela was a famous violinist in the Polish Royal Orchestra, but after she got engaged to Andrew Piotrowski, she slipped into a deep depression which forced her to quit. After entering Novopolemos, thanks to her partner's job, Gabriela occasionally worked as a shop assistant in Districts 3 and 4. Despite her good behavior and her psychological state, immigration officer decided to confirm her expulsion for covering up Andrew's crimes. So yeah, they're gonna use this chaos to destroy the city from within, which is good. So we did the right thing. Which one? Intentional in this case? Or like it's all this time? It's all the time? I don't know about the other endings, but this is the ending we're getting. The lawyer and his sister. The female profiles. Actually, I don't know. Probably it's always this if you get the fake documents from the lawyer. Oh. Is it like it all the time? The other female profiles? If you compare it, like if you want to critique this game from a feminist perspective, all the female profiles here always have to mention their looks, whether they're pretty, and they use terms like they are flowers and fragile, or submissive in this case. And well, most of the victims of the past killer actually have been women, but not in this case, not in the current timeline of events. And if you want to keep looking through a feminist perspective, well, in this case, they dead named Freya. One of the killers was willing to reveal that basically it's transphobia as well. The game is not transphobic. The game uses transphobia as a device of the killer to get to Freya. So it fits the setting because the city is just full of terrible people. So if you look at the nuances of it, it's just, part of the setting is just terrible people. They're racist, transphobic, sexist, and that's why I'm happy with the ending we're getting, possibly because we sided with the revolution. So we prevented the fascist party because the leader of the fascist party was actually innocent, but we framed him actually. Because we didn't want the fascist party to gain power. So this game, the theme is really the power of the truth. The truth is what you make of it. And is the truth really worth it if it will continue to... is it worth telling the truth if the fascist party gets elected and people start dying on the streets and immigrants are massacred? That's not justice. So you have people like Hera, who's the good cop, quote unquote, who fights against the system, believing in a greater good, a greater justice, and that's what the game tries to play upon, right? So they don't shy away from making all these people they make out to be terrible people. Oh my, is this supposed to be me? Why would they come up with me being a professional violinist? Has David forgotten that I play the piano? Stop complaining and get into your character, Miss Lewandowska. Expulsion order. This is more fake documents. Expulsion order. After a thorough examination, the immigration office requires the immediate coercive expulsion of Andrew Piotrowski and Gabriela Lewandowska for falsifying official documents and illegally obtaining a working position. Investigations were carried out by Agent Elia Fish. In his report, he claimed that Mr. Piotrowski falsified his resume, adding professional experience in the steel industry, specifically within the company called Cyril Tech, which actually never existed. Given the crime he committed and the gravity of the situation, Mr. Piotrowski's properties and assets, including those of his partner, are seized by the government. For the tolerant society, you can't tolerate the intolerant. So ideally, their ideas should be illegal. But yeah, ideally, right? It's like people think true freedom is about doing everything you want, but that'll actually expand. Like true freedom is actually for people to be truly free, you need to limit certain things. You need to do good. Like true freedom means doing the good, ideally. Because if you let everyone do bad things, then that is a false freedom. So, in a way, it's like, yeah, if you want a free, tolerant society, you need to actually not be entirely tolerant of everyone, right? So yeah, it's weeding out the bad people. Your freedom ends when others starts. Exactly. And in this case, Novo Polemos is, as you said, it's a cyberpunk thing. Screw these corrupt politicians and business owners and everything, We're gonna go cyberpunk and destroy it. So I have my documents in order. Let's hope we don't screw this up. Okay, these are all the papers they provided. I hope they were enough. We won't have the chance to check them again once we get to the border, so we can't afford to make any mistake. Joke's on the game, we took photos. I know, don't worry, it'll all be fine, I promise.
Read the papers in Aqua OS and memorize every bit of information. Speak to Hera when you're ready. Okay, I'm gonna do my best to memorize the details. I'm only gonna consult these photos, like, if I really don't remember. But thankfully, this isn't really a Telltale game with a time limit. If this was a Telltale game, and then, like Life is Strange 2, for example, like talking to Border Control or talking to the police in Life is Strange 2 is so stressful because you have a limited time to answer. Okay, let's... Okay, we are... Do we even have to memorize our ID? NDRPTR. So Andrew, NDR for Andrew, PTR for Petrowski. NDRPTR 93. That's my ID number. My name is Andrew Piotrowski. August 29. Date of birth, I'm 39 years old. Innocence is just a matter of perspective. I don't know what that quote means. I am rough and ill-tempered. I am quite dangerous and I'm supposed to be constantly monitored by the police. I was born in Warsaw and studied veterinary medicine without getting the chance to practice the profession. I am engaged to Gabriela Lewandowska and entered Nova Polemos thanks to the increasing need for manpower in 2055. Piotrowski has worked in Dianatech. I worked in Dianatech for 11 years as a specialized worker, and I bought the humble house in District 5 where I live with my partner, Gabriela Lewandowska. Gabriela Lewandowska. Lewandowska? I'm not sure if Polish, if W is also V. Eventually, authorities found out that my resume was false, so they issued an expulsion order for us. Okay. No problem, Vanua. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. And hopefully we'll get a good ending. Okay, our wife. We're engaged. Are we married? Engaged. Okay. Fiancé is Gabriela Lewandowska. GBRL for Gabriela. No, GBR for Gabriela. LWN for Lewandowska. 931. Are we 931 each? 923 and 931. Date of birth of our fiance, April 29, age 34. He's returned to the country. Ooh, okay. Enjoy your Portal co-op. Oh, man. I wish you got to experience Portal co-op. But yeah, have fun with your friend, Vanua. I would burn in the flames of regret rather than live a mediocre life. Sweet and submissive, Lewandowska has always been mistreated by her dangerous partner, Andrew Piotrowski. Although there's no record of any complaints, extreme caution is advised. Famous violinist in the Polish Royal Orchestra. But after she got engaged to us, she slipped into deep depression, which forced her to quit. After entering Nova Polemos, thanks to her partner's job, Gabriela occasionally worked as a shop assistant in Districts 3 and 4. Shop assistant 3-4, we live in District 5. Despite her good behavior and her psychological state, the immigration office decided to confirm her expulsion. She has good behavior, psychological state. Okay, I think we... Expulsion orders. Coercive expulsion of Andrew Piotrowski and Gabriela Lewandowska for falsifying official documents. We falsified official documents to illegally obtain a working position. Agent Elia Fish, in his report, he claimed that Mr. Piotrowski falsified his resume, adding professional experience in the steel industry with serial tech, which actually never existed. Given the crime he committed, the gravity of the situation, properties and assets, including those in his partner, are seized by the government. Okay, we're ready. Goodbye, office. A new hope? I hope. So, it's time to go. My only regret is leaving my piano. And, well, all the memories about this office.
Pack your things. Freya will be here soon. This is no time for nostalgia. Nova Palamos PD, hands up and don't move.
That's part of the plan.
Okay, here we go. Come on, you two, move. Don't block the way or I'll shoot you on the spot. You can stop treating us like dogs now. Your colleagues are busy harassing the other wretches here. This is no game and you know damn well. You'll have a chat with one of the border guards soon. And your life will literally depend on their current mood. So don't say or do anything stupid. And you'll get out of this in one piece.
Alright, next in line.
Here we go.
I'm Agent 675 and handle these two from now on. You are free to go. Are you alright, officer?
Yes, absolutely.
Well then, good job, officer. You helped us get rid of the scum that is tearing the city apart from within.
I'm sure of it. Farewell. Agent 675? They use numbers to identify each other here? Maybe they're afraid of being possible targets of reprisal from the relatives of immigrants.
Very well. Let's start with you, Mr.
Andrew Piotrowski.
Did I say you could talk?
Get that sewer rat who's with him out of here. I'll deal with this one.
What? No, wait.
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
Just try to lay a finger in any of my colleagues and I'll knock your teeth out. Good boy. You're starting to understand who's in charge here. Don't forget your place, and if I feel merciful enough, maybe you'll walk away from this. Although I can't wait to try out my new baton. Who knows? My colleagues might be lucky enough to use it on your friend. If you know what I mean. You're feeling powerless, aren't you? I love it. It's like I can finally restore balance to the world. You stole our money and our jobs, so now it's time for us to take them back and treat you with the same respect you showed us.
It sounds so good. I've never wanted to kill someone this badly, but I need to chill, or all our sacrifices will be wasted.
I received your paper, so now that you're in my merciful hands, I have some questions about them. I hope you don't mind, my dear Piotrowski.
Of course not. It'll be a pleasure for me.
I don't know why, but I think I've seen you somewhere. Maybe if I squeeze your little blunt head enough, I'll remember. How about that?
Focus, Mordred. You memorized the papers. You just have to be convincing now. Just a few pathetic lies, one last time. It's my turn to wear the mask.
Oh, cool. These papers look legit. And I doubt that a bum like you would be able to make fake IDs anyway. That doesn't mean that you get to stay in Nova Palamos, but maybe if I feel pity enough, we'll see.
David did a good job for once. Maybe I was right to trust him and follow his crazy plan.
Now let's start with the interrogation. Piotrowski, what kind of relationship do you have with Gabriela Lewandowska?
Gabriela's my lifetime partner. She followed me in the city after...
Oh, really? Then you should have no problem telling me her age. Do I even remember? I want to double check this, chat. 34. We're correct. 34. Very good. And what about her birthday? Or are you one of those boyfriends who forget important stuff like that?
Oh shit. When did they remember her birthday? April 29. Am I correct? April 29? I'm correct! April 29! What a lovable puppy. You actually remember it. Well, I didn't expect any less, considering how you seem to care about her. A maniac like you certainly cannot forget about these things. Am I right? I guess so. Good. I like when you're so compliant. And tell me, what did you study before coming here to wreck our country? Veterinary medicine. I bet you took your frustration out on that poor girl because you didn't finish your studies, eh? After all, this kind of disgusting behavior is the least you could expect from a parasite like you. By the way, how long have you been sucking the blood from our society? What? Are you deaf or what? How long have you been living in Nova Palemos? Oh shit. 11? Are we correct? 11? Yes! 11 years. You've been exploiting us for 11 years. And to think that some people are so naive to defend trash like you. At least you can find yourself in one of the worst parts of the city. And obviously you know which part I'm talking about, do you? District 5. Correct? District 5? Just double checking? Yep, District 5. That district was supposed to be an assembly center for all the true workers in town. But then it became a dirty open sewer instead, populated by filthy immigrants like you. Speaking of work, will you remind me the name of the company you work for before coming here? Ceratech. I'm pretty sure this is correct. Double checking. They're missing an L, but it's the closest. Serial Tech in the document. Ceratech. Ceratech. Ceratech, huh? And someone actually believed it. It would have taken me a split second to understand you were lying. If the situation was not so critical, I'd enjoy making fun of this idiot. At least now we can have a righteous payback. Because you know what happens to your house now, don't you? Destroyed? Seized by the government, of course. It'll be donated to the state. That's right. So we can finally take back the money you have stolen over all these years. I love the scent of justice. It's so incredibly sweet. Our house. We made so many sacrifices for that. This is terrible. Oh, come on. Are you going to cry now? You be the one to cry when your superiors realize we tricked you, dirty racist. Anyway, enough about you. You're too boring for my taste. Let's move on to your beautiful lady friend. Leave Gabriella alone. She has nothing to do with this. Oh, you are so wrong. She helped you and never said a word to anyone, so she's just as guilty as you are. Stay positive though. She'll be able to beg on the streets of that dump you come from. Now tell me, what instrument did she play in the orchestra? Violin. The saddest of all instruments. I should have guessed. How long is he going to play dumb? He clearly ran out of questions. I bet she's going to miss her job here in Nova Palemos, huh? You can't tell? Something's off? I think something's off. It's just a slight... It must be the lighting. Speaking of, would you tell me which district she worked in? 3 and 4. Double checking. 3 and 4. Yep, correct. District 3 and 4. So far we got one mistake. That so has been stealing jobs in my district for years. And my son can't even find employment despite being born and raised here. Now I'm starting to see where his frustrations come from. Alright, next question. What's your mother's name? Excuse me? I asked what your mother's name is. Don't tell me you've forgotten. Or are you hiding something? What? That wasn't in the documents. Is this a trick? Yeah, maybe it's a trap. I'm reading now. Yeah, it's not mentioned. No, there's no way to, there's no saving. Sadly. What sounds like a Polish name? Dana, Filipa, or Gracia? Which sounds the most Polish? I don't know what. It might be Gracia, right? Gracia? Okay, there, Gracia. We're Polish. Let's go. Gracia. Oh, really? I'm pretty sure that's not her name. Damn it, I didn't read anything about that in the papers David gave us. I guess there's nothing left to say, buddy. It's time to put an end to this charade. Oh, he really just was trapping us. Wait, what do you mean? Did I blow my cover? No, there's no way. Haven't you realized yet? You failed the test. You're officially done for. No. Your stay in our city ends here, Petrowski. Unfortunately for you, I didn't feel pity enough. Bring in that woman who was with him and kick him out of here. Farewell, my friend. I hope you never forget the man who could have got you back in but didn't. Oh, I doubt I could. Okay, so I'm kicked out, but... Miss, you're not allowed to run here. But why would they... I hate it, they keep Hera. What the hell are they doing? Split them apart and line them up. Andrew, what's going on? Bad news, my dear Gabriella. What? This is a sad ending. We are free. Wait. A few seconds later, we get split up and registered again. They yell at us and insult us, saying that we will take back what we stole from them. Wait. What's happening? Okay, wait. Did we make it? Nova Palemos is only meant for people who are born and raised here. That's what they keep saying. Cries, sirens, and barks of rabid dogs mark our steps, while we're led outside by guards armed with everything but good intentions. After crossing the border, I turned back, and for the first time, I looked from the outside at that little world that had defined my whole existence. We did make it. And suddenly, Pandora, the black bands, and everything that used to plague me seems distant already. They lead us to an old bus, promising they would let us off wherever someone might welcome us filthy parasites. Our journey begins. My back hurts because of the rough roads, but at least it doesn't have to bear the burden of my past actions anymore. From a barred window, the only thing we can see is the same identical landscape for hours, looking so different from what we expected to be the world outside. After almost 6 hours, those we once called compatriots dump us near what I assumed to be another border, cruelly throwing our last possessions to the ground. I don't even care. The only thing that really matters is leaving the city we have called home for so long, finally gaining that freedom that was just a dream until yesterday. Our feet are tired and sore while we're walking on dry grass towards the border which leads into the United States of Europe.
Neo Europa. Show your passports and documents at the nearest immigration point.
We soon realized that, despite being a prison, Nova Polemos was just a backdrop in an ocean of putrefaction.
Oh damn, it is worse outside.
The world that has been hidden from us is just another grotesque prison made of bleak walls, created to raise fear and cover up the failure of humankind. We spent 3 days straight walking along what seems to be an endless wall. Most of our companions are old, and they are not likely to make it. The guards of Nova Polemos left us in the middle of nowhere, far from any sort of civilization, in the solitude of a hostile place. Water and food are running low, and yet I can't help but smile like an idiot. At the dawn on the 5th day, the border guards of one of the member states finally find us. A moment later, we are swallowed by a huge whale of iron and rust they dare to call Reception Center. It'll probably take days before someone tells us how we have to live or die. Meanwhile, none of us really know if we can make it till tomorrow. And yet, I've never been so happy. The fatigue accumulated over countless months of struggle is getting on top of me, but before falling asleep I can finally find the courage to look into her eyes of ebony. And that's when I realized that the only compass I've ever needed in that sea of mediocrity I used to call life has always been right beside me. Watching her peacefully sleep without worrying about any racist or madman who could take her away from me is way more important than having a house, a job, or any other thing I used to consider essential.
I hope the android comes and saves us.
Maybe it's true. Pandora did release all the evil in the world, but at the bottom of the box, there really was hope.
I forgot about that.
Chapter 4-A. Ashes to Ashes.
And I think that's the ending we got. GG. The end.
Welp. We were hoping it would be better outside, but I guess not. We unlocked ending A. So let's see. Okay, what happened? Good evening, Neo-European citizens, and welcome to the special edition of the Unified Network News. We have some breaking news to report. An android completely different from those produced in our government facilities has been found near the eastern border of the country. The robot reportedly is self-aware, claims that its name is Thalia, and that it comes from the independent city of Novopalemos. It's currently being inspected by a team of scientists, but the first reports reveal a shocking truth. The android appears to have been programmed to come here and deliver the content of its memory on behalf of Eugene Smith, major figure of the Colossus Defense Tech and responsible for the Aqua OS security information system. Aqua OS reportedly contains all state secrets, classified documents, and internal communications of the government of Novopalemos. The independent city, founded less than a century ago, was well known for being sealed off from the rest of the world, and it is pretty much impossible to visit without special permissions. Due to its propulsion and mass media controls, blah blah blah, the Asian Union Totalitarianism, city done. It's too fast. There was something there about Asian totalitarianism. But unfortunately, things didn't go that way. Not even Eugene himself could have foreseen the devastating extent of the information stored inside Thalia. Countless cases of espionage, media manipulation, and murders against Neo-Europeans were found, along with tangible evidence of cooperation with enemies of Neo-Europe. The seeds of World War III have been planted. They declare war on Novopalemos. The Asian Union, sworn enemy of Neo-Europe, immediately took sides with the independent city, planting the seeds of the Third World War. Oh dear. And what triggered all this is us releasing Thalia. The decision of a solitary detective and a desire for revenge of a frustrated boy. I don't know if that is a... Well, again, it's a truth thing, right? It's a truth. That is a truth. So, Novopalemos has been covering up assassination attempts. They've been killing people and doing a lot of bad stuff with a capital B and a capital S. Bullshit, bad stuff. Capital BS. And we just revealed it to Neo-Europe. So now Novopalemos is really going to burn. But the problem is what did they say? The Asian Totalitarian Union or something? I don't know. They're gonna side with Novopalemos. So World War III. Oh shit. Well, sequel? Goodbye, Bonebreaker. Take care. You gotta go to the stream. I'll try and drop by once I'm done here. Thank you so much, Bonebreaker. Good luck. Have fun. And thank you for dropping by. We're just gonna watch these endings and call it the night as well. The cases got increasingly ludicrous. And I'm gonna have to process it. It just felt a bit too convoluted for what it was trying to say, but hey, at least we joined. At least the first ending we got, I'm pretty okay with it. I mean, I'm actually wondering what would have happened if we destroyed Aqua OS. The truth would be buried, but there would be no world war. We would have escaped, probably. So, the best ending here isn't necessarily like telling the truth. Well, the best ending, I guess, would be... Yeah, if we destroyed Aqua OS, that's the only thing we missed. So I think we did everything right except destroy Aqua OS. They kept telling us about, oh, you regret doing it now, huh? But we got out. So happy end, quote unquote happy ending for us. We started World War III. So it's one of those things. Was the truth worth it? Was this enough? We wanted to burn down Novopalemos, but now we're gonna burn the world. 5:30, Zen? Oh dear. Go get some rest. Thank you for always being here, Zen. Thank you for the support. But get some sleep. Please take care and have a good evening. Complete the game for the first time. Congratulations, you've completed Dry Drowning, unlocking the new Game Plus mode. Now you'll be able to start a new journey from the end of Chapter 1, so that you can make different choices, experience other endings, and discover all the hidden secrets related to Pandora and Nova Palemos. And who knows, you might have unlocked a super secret ending. I doubt it. Super secret ending. But I'm okay with the ending we got. But thank you, Zen. Good night. I'm curious now what all the endings are. Maybe it's on YouTube. Let's check. What is it? Dry Drowning. All endings. Oh god, it's 2 hours. All endings. Dry Drowning full playthrough, C ending walkthrough. Full walkthrough, all endings. Let's see, Dry Drowning, best ending. Is there? You got C and A, but not B. Any ideas what triggers them? C's agreed with Lee, kept Freya alive. A's disagreed with Lee, kept Freya alive. Oh, so we were choosing between A and C by talking to Lee. Assuming B requires Freya to be dead. Yep, exactly. Having Freya dead, which is one of the most important decisions in the whole game, unlocks ending B. Personally, I love Hera's arc. It's so intense. My fave for sure. What arc? Oh, if Freya dies, so ending B? So, personally, this person likes ending B, I think, because it gives Hera an arc. And if I disagree with Lee, keep Freya alive, release the virus, kill Thalia, destroy Echo OS. Will I get ending A and what will change in it? I can confirm I got ending A with the above. I'm assuming allow options change. Characters reference the destruction of the OS, and looking at biographies becomes an issue because of the technical issues created by the destruction. Not enough to stop you from finishing the game. Thanks. What about the super secret ending? About to clear ending A so that I've cleared all 3 endings, but still not sure how to unlock the secret ending, assuming you need to get the first 3 in order to get... Okay, maybe it's the ending when you finish the game once and start NG+. You'll be sent to the end of Chapter 1 and decide to save Freya or to shoot the killer. But this time, there will be a third option, release your true power or something like that. To show the third option, you need to finish 10 levels of Be a Good Citizen first. Oh, so that's what it unlocks. We finished the 10 levels of Be a Good Citizen. So the option we get to release our true power is unlocked. I'm curious about that. But wow, there's like, I don't know why drowning all endings. Why is there like 2 hours and 21? That must be very long. But hey, we got ending A. This variation of ending A, that is pretty cool. It is a fun ride while it lasted. It just kind of lost me by the end. But, it's cool that we play this. We can move on to another story. I'm gonna really have to catch up on the Expanse before next week. If I'm able to do so, we will be streaming the Expanse Telltale series, featuring Drummer from the series, the Expanse television series on Amazon. So I'm gonna try and catch up with that as best I can, to prepare for next Tuesday. And if not, well, we'll think of something else. But again, I'm looking forward to another long weekend of Baldur's Gate 3. So given the breadth and depth of the game, I think I will be dedicating Friday and Sunday and any other day of the weekend, in case I'm free, to Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough, because I cannot get enough of it. So I'll see you all this weekend for Baldur's Gate 3. But thank you for joining us for the first playthrough of Dry Drowning. This is great to have all the regular faces come in, support the channel. I'm always grateful. Anon, thank you for the donation. Vanoa, congratulations on your anniversary for the subscription. I cannot believe it has been a year. Izzy, thank you for dropping by as well. I hope your playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 is going well. And for anyone who may be lurking, if you enjoy this content, please do consider hitting that follow button and checking us out on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. this is the conclusion to our first playthrough of Dry Drowning. Thank you so much, and as always, welcome to the table. Have a great one. Good night and goodbye. Take care. Bye bye.